Meeting of the Plaquemines Parish Council as sole governing authority of the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District will come to order at 2:15. The machine is open for roll call. 1 is yes, 2 is no. TV. Press this button. Do you hear me? You do. You can close it. We have 8 council members present. Ms. Cooper will not be attending today. If we'll all rise for the prayer, Mr. Griffin.
We take this moment to acknowledge Almighty God and thank Him for our bountiful blessing, especially for this parish natural resource. We give thanks to God for our brave and courageous men and women and our military who daily risk their lives to protect our precious freedom, and we pray for our world leaders to know how to obtain world peace. We also pray that this government body, comprised of both council and administration, will always serve our parish with honesty, humility, and equality to all. And as this government body gathers here today, we pray for the wisdom to know right from wrong and the courage to do that which is right. Amen?
Amen. Follow Mr. Hinckley with the pledge.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will move into the port agenda. Item 2 is executive session. There will be none. Item 3, status report by Executive Port Director.
Sandy Sanders, the Executive Director of Plaquemines Port. I have a short report today. In today's meeting, there will be an introduction of a resolution authorizing the port to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement with the Plaquemines Parish Sheriff's Office for the use of the parish-wide of the Mobile Communications Center recently acquired. A sister resolution is also going to be introduced at the council meeting authorizing the parish president to enter into a similar agreement with the port. The purpose of these agreements is to allow the use of the communications center by various emergency response agencies in the parish. These agreements will provide increased response capability, safety, and security for the citizens of Plaquemines Parish. Subject to your questions, sir, and comments, this concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from anyone at the council table? Audience? There being none, we move to item 4. There are no bids and advertisements. We'll move to item 5, introduction of ordinances and resolutions. We'll start with Mr. Griffin and work our way down the table.
None. I have none.
I have one, a resolution authorizing the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement with the Plaquemines Parish Sheriff's Office for the use of the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District's Mobile Communications Center and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And attached to that will be the cooperative endeavor agreement proposal. Mr. Beers?
I have none. I have none. I have none.
We're doing it. Yeah. 1 second, General, you mentioned cooperative agreement with Plaquemines Parish government. Where is that resolution? Is that, you're going to handle that through?
I think Mr. Rathman will address that issue.
Okay.
I apologize.
Just 1 second. Yeah, we have the port going into a CEA with the sheriff and the government. Should not the port be introducing the resolution for the CEA with the government?
No, sir, I think it's better left for the council.
Okay.
Because you're going to authorize the parish president to enter into it as well.
Okay, thanks. Move to item 6. Deferred, right?
Yes, deferred.
Item 6A will be deferred until the, is the 27th of March, Ken? Yeah, it will come up at a subsequent meeting. Now, item 7, new business. Any new business? Council members? Mr. Lawrence?
Yeah, Warren Lawrence, 120 Timber Canal Lane, Meadow Grove. Is pertaining, concerning the last request I made at last meeting about the limit of the expenditure of the executive director, the port director, and have not received any information. I don't know if any of the councilmen have received it. Mr. Rathbone said he would send it to me or contact me, and I haven't received anything on that.
I emailed it yesterday to you, Mr. Lawrence.
Yeah, I got it.
What is it?
What is what?
Well, how much is it then? You don't know?
Yes, sir, I do know.
Okay.
Yeah, what is it?
I
Ken?
sent you the information.
Well, yes, I mean, if you sent it yesterday,
Just tell them what it is, please. 50,000, as long as it's in the budget. Is that it, Ken?
how much is it?
It's the budget limit, whatever the budget limit is, but any expenditure over 50,000 by policy, the executive director takes it to the port committee. And that's what the email says.
So what you're saying is it's 50,000 he can expend without coming to this?
That's his authority, that's correct.
Up to.
Okay. And one other
Long as
thing
it's in
then,
the
if it wasn't in the budget for the expenditure of billboards, how was it expended?
Sir, I don't understand the question.
Well, in other words, it was not in the budget to,
What line item was it taken out of? I think that's the question you want to answer.
Yeah.
Just a simple answer.
The port, like the parish, is done on a line item budget. If there's four categories of budget broken down between personnel services, financial, capital outlay, and operating expenses. As long as there's money within any one of those four categories, i.e. operating expenses, since we're not on a line item budget, we can be short in one line item, in other words, that it doesn't necessarily have to be budgeted in that line item. However, I don't have it in front of me. We do have an item in the budget called special promotional expense, and it could very well have been budgeted under that, with which we did probably have funds. I just don't have the information in front of me.
thank you.
Anyone else? Move to item 8, approval of minutes of the February 27, 2014 meeting. I'll move that we approve those minutes. Ask for a second. Second. Seconded by everyone. No, Mr. Burris. Machine is open. Y'all need to speak up quick. All at the same time. Minutes are approved 8-0. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
I second.
Motion by Mr. Griffin, seconded by Mr. Hinckley, and this meeting is adjourned at, vote. And the meeting is adjourned at a vote of 7-0 at 2:24.
We'll call the council meeting of March 13th, 2014 to order at 2:22. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We would the machine, I was gonna dispense with the roll call, dispense with the prayer and the pledge and the roll call. We open in the roll call. Byron, Jeff. Jeff's here. Let the record reflect there are 7 council members. Mr. Edgecombe is in the building, and Ms. Cooper will not be present today. We have no executive session. We'll move to proclamations. We have a proclamation for, wait, we got to offer first? Read the preamble.
A proclamation declaring the month of March as American Red Cross Month in the parish of Plaquemines.
With this proclamation, I'll offer and ask for unanimous second. Second. Okay, Mr. Barr.
Whereas March is American Red Cross Month, a special time to recognize and thank our everyday heroes, those who reach out to help their neighbors when they are in need. And whereas the American Red Cross heroes are on the front lines every day, and these heroes volunteer their time, give blood, take life-saving courses, or provide financial donations to help those in need. And whereas the American Red Cross would like to remember our heroes here in Plaquemines Parish who give to help people in need, who work tirelessly to help in time of disaster when someone needs a life-saving blood or the comfort of a helping hand. They provide round-the-clock support to members of the military, veterans, and their families, and teach life-saving classes in CPR, aquatic safety, and first aid. And whereas across the country and around the world, the American Red Cross responded to hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, and wildfires, the tragedy of the Boston Marathon, and Typhoon Haiyan in the Philippines. And whereas when an injured service member ended up in a hospital far from home, the American Red Cross offered comfort. When a hospital patient needed blood, American Red Cross blood donors helped them. When a lifeguard jumped in to save a drowning child or someone stepped to help a heart attack victim, the American Red Cross was there. Whereas we dedicate the month of March to all those who support the American Red Cross mission to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies. Our community depends on the American Red Cross, which relies on donations of time, money, and blood to fulfill its humanitarian mission. Now therefore, be it proclaimed by the Plaquemines Parish Council, represented by its duly authorized chairman, Kirk M. Lapine, and by concurrence of the parish president, Billy Nungesser, representing the Plaquemines Parish government, that it hereby declares the month of March as American Red Cross Month, and hereby encourages all Americans to support this organization and its noble humanitarian mission.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. I have offered and gotten a unanimous second, so the machine is open on the proclamation. And the proclamation passes 8-0. Is there anyone from the Red Cross?
Good afternoon.
State your name and
My name's Irvin Patachek with the American
Thank you.
Red Cross, Southeast Louisiana chapter.
is there anything you'd like to say about
On behalf of the Southeast Louisiana chapter, I'd like to thank the council for their support, and hopefully we won't have a bad hurricane season this year, but we will be there if you need us.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Irvin. Okay, come on. Come on in. All right, we'll move to bids and advertisements. There are none. Beer and liquor license. Mr. Griffin? Mr. Hinckley? I have none. Mr. Gooey? Mr. Beers? I have none. Mr. Turner? I have none. Okay, Mr. I have one, sir. Okay.
Frothers Bait Shop, 32082 Highway 23, Buras.
Thank you. Mr. Marinovich? None. All right. We'll offer for the, Mr. Edgecombe, you're offering. I'll second. Machine is open on the beer and liquor license. And it's approved 8-0. We will move to building permits. Like to take them in global, if that's all right? Two shep, okay. What number?
487 and 488 would like for you to pull.
487 and 488. Okay. 487 and 488, Mr. Edgecombe. 1 and 5. All right. 482, Southern Light LLC, Alliance Refinery, directional bore to 2 HDPE 1.5 ducts, set 2 handholds, and pull in fiber optic cable to serve Phillips 66 Alliance Refinery. 483, Eustis Engineering, Port Sulphur area, drill 4 soil borings. 4A4, Dune Operating Company, Garden Island Bayview, install 3-inch flow line and 2-inch gas lift line. 4A6, Apache Corporation, South Pass 24 Field, install 4-inch flow line and 2-inch gas lift line. 4A9, Clayton Williams Energy Incorporated, South Pass area, dredge canal and slip, install pile clusters, drill the SU 19964 well number 2, South Pass Prospect, and install well protection structure. 4A10. Separate, okay. All right. Those permits are 4A2, 4A3, 4A4, 4A6, and 4A9. I'll offer those in global and ask for a second. Second by Mr. Burris. Any questions? The machine is open on the permits.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh.
I believe there was an addition to, just want to make sure I know what we're voting on. Was there an additional permit that we received? Which one is that? Okay.
Did you have? That's not in global. These are the ones I called them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it being called. That's because it was pulled.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Everyone's good. 4A2, 4A3, 4A4, 4A6, and 4A9. The machine is open. Mr. Rippon's having trouble with it. All right. And the permits are passed 8-0. We will move to 4. I'll tell you what. We'll take 4A1 and 4A5 in global. 4A1, Bobco LP, Cox Bayfield, install 4-inch flow line and 3-inch gas line. And 4A5, it's Bobco LP, Cox Bayfield, install 6-inch bulk line, 2-inch gas lift line, 3-inch flow line, and install manifold platform. I'll offer these two and ask for a second. Second by Mr. Burris. Mr. Edgecombe will be present, not voting. Any questions on these two permits? The machine is open. And the permit passes 6-0. We'll take these two in global. 4A7, Chevron USA, Delta National Wildlife Refuge, plug and abandoned the Delta Duck Club well numbers 024, and Chevron USA, Bayou Trouvé area, install temporary board mats, plug and abandon wells, and remove all associated structures. We'll take these and global, and Mr. Turner, you will be present, not voting?
I'll be present, not voting due to conflict. I'm a Chevron employee. That's the purpose.
Thank you. I'll offer these, ask for a second. Second by Mr. Edgecombe. Any questions? The machine is open. And the permit is granted 6-0. Next one we'll take up is 4A10, Leon Duplessis and Sons Incorporated, Woodlawn Plantation, Point Celeste areas. Evacuate borrow pit, install haul roads and drainage. I'll offer and ask for a second. Second by Mr. Burris. Any questions? Excavate, I'm sorry. The machine is open on 4A10. And the permit is granting 5. And there'll be 2 no votes from District 6 and District 8, and an abstention from District 7. Thank you, gentlemen. Sorry, Mr. Lawrence, I didn't see you. Well, you want me to come speak, Mr. Wong? But I apologize for not seeing you.
Okay, for the, I
Okay.
guess I should holler then. But the question is this another borrow pit being put in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because the question is, you know, we just had this happening, and there is litigation right now going on against the council for a former borrow pit that y'all turned down. And I would think we should have some public input on this, on what's being done. Is it another borrow pit that's going to fall in where it doesn't have to be backfilled? Is it going to be backfilled? You know, what is the permit for? You know, you're just coming up and I think the general consensus is of all the citizens of Plaquemine, or most of the citizens of Plaquemine, is we don't want more holes in the parish if we have enough mud for the projects that are currently concerning the Corps of Engineers. And just to pass this without having input or knowledge brought before the public is, I think, a bad way to treat the public.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to construction permits. Ms. Cooper is not here today, but she asked us to take up these renewals, and I'll try to take them in global. So, Ms. Barber, will you read 4B, 4C, well, I'm sorry, 4B, 4D, 4E, and 4F, and 4I? Oh, okay. Can we read them real quick? Can we? 4B? Hmm? Okay, good. The one with Ms. Cooper's name. Okay.
Kimberly's Court, LLC, Gloria Bonvillian, 2014 Trailer Park Renewal, Mokes Lane Triumph. The next one is Emmett's Trailer Park, number 1, Yvonne Adolph, 2014 Trailer Park Renewal, Yvonne's Lane, Boothville. Emmett's Trailer Park, number 2, Yvonne Adolph, 2014 Trailer Park Renewal, Yvonne's Lane, Boothville. Jim's RV Park, Jim Boyd, 2014 Trailer Park Renewal, Shadow Lane, Boothville. Danos Reynolds, LLC, Anthony Danos, 2014 Trailer Park Renewal, RP Lane, Triumph.
I'll offer on behalf of Ms. Cooper and ask for a second. Second by Mr. Edgecombe. So this is 4B, 4D, 4E, 4F, and 4I. It's trailer park renewal. Any questions? The machine is open. And the renewal was passed 8-0. Okay. 4B, 4D, everyone with Ms. Cooper's name on. D, E, F, and I. We will move to 4C.
Morel's Gulf Coast Park and Campground, Arthur J. Morel Jr., 2014 Trailer Park Renewal, 32368 Highway 23, Empire.
Mr. Edgecombe, offer and ask for a second. Second by Mr. Marinovich. Just everything's good? All right. Any questions? The machine is open on 4C. And the renewal passes 8-0. We will move to G, 4G.
Fred Myers,
Will
third
be
trailer.
deferred. 4G will be deferred. 4H, deferred. We have a J? Not on here, though. Not on the agenda. Okay. All right. Hold hold on. All right, I got the right agenda. Here we go. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, 4J, please.
Bell Chase Marine Transportation, new office building in FP zoning district, 20923 Highway 23, Myrtle Grove.
Mr. Turner,
Offer.
offered by Mr. Turner, second by Mr. Marinovich. Just a new building. You good, Mr. Turner?
Want to check with permit. Any opposition to this? Any concerns? Is everything in order?
Good. Any questions? The machine is open on 4J. And the permit is granted 8-0. We will move to introductions and of ordinance and resolutions. Mr. Griffin. All this? Okay. Mr. Griffin, you have some introduction? Okay, all right. Mr. Hinckley? You have none? Mr. Gui?
I have one, an
Dr.
ordinance to amend 2014 operating expenditure budget waterworks and sewer fund, water and sewer billing department, solid waste fund, solid waste general department for comprehensive rate studies and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
I'm sorry, I do have some.
All right, Mr. Hinckley?
An ordinance to amend and amended to readopt section 4 of ordinance number 142, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as amended, and the comprehensive zoning district map therein adopted by reference and which is paraphed thereto with reference to application number ZMP-2013-8 dated December 11, 2013. An ordinance to amend and amended to readopt section 4 of ordinance number 142, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as amended, and the comprehensive zoning district map therein adopted by reference and which is paraphed thereto with reference to application number ZMP-2014-1 dated December 30, 2013. An ordinance to amend and amended to readopt section 4 of ordinance number 142, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as amended, and the comprehensive zoning district map therein adopted by reference and which is paraphed thereto with reference to application number ZMP 2014-6 dated January 3, 2014. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hinckley. Mr. Burris?
An ordinance to amend and as amended to readopt section 4 of ordinance number 142, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as amended, and the comprehensive zoning district map therein adopted by reference and which is paraphed thereto with reference to application number ZMP 2013-6 dated December 5th, 2013. An ordinance to amend and as amended to readopt section 4 of ordinance number 142, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as amended, and the comprehensive zoning district map therein adopted by reference and which is paraphed thereto with reference to application number ZMP-2014-3 dated December 27th, 2013. An ordinance to amend and as amended to readopt section 4 of ordinance 142, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as amended, and the comprehensive zoning district map therein adopted by reference and which is paraphed thereto with reference to application number ZMP 2014-5 dated January 21st, 2014. And an ordinance to amend and as amended to readopt section 4 of ordinance number 142, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as amended, and the comprehensive zoning district map therein adopted by reference and which is paraphed thereto with reference to application number ZMP 2014-7 dated January 3rd, 2014. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Burris. I have a few. A resolution authorizing the Plaquemines Parish President to execute an agreement with the Regional Planning Commission as required by Title 23, United States Code Section 134, 314, and 316, providing and continuing cooperative and comprehensive development of transportation plans considering all modes of transportation. Such planning for federal aid highways and federal aid transit projects must be developed by Metropolitan Planning Organization, MOP, in consideration with the state and affected local jurisdiction. An ordinance authorizing the acceptance of a donation for reversal emergency calls operations and to amend the general fund 2014 operating revenues and expenditure budgets, Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness Department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvement plan for repairs of the Belchase Scarsdale Ferry Landing Project, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvement plan to delete various projects in remaining fund and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the Boat Harbors and Shipyards Fund 2014 operating expenditure budget, Boat Harbors, Port Eve Department, various line items and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to accept the bid of a Shoreline Southeast LLC for mineral lease purposes on Parish Tract 14-1, covering parish-owned property located in Section 50, T20S, R29E, Bastien Bay Field, Buras Levy District, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana. Estimated to contain approximately 9.583 acres, more or less, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A resolution to reject the bid of Shoreline LLC for mineral lease purposes on Parish Tract 14-1, covering parish-owned property located at Section 50, T20S, R29E, Bastien Bay Field, Buras Levy District, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, estimated to contain approximately 9.583 acres, more or less, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A resolution authorizing the Plaquemines Parish President, Mr. William H. Billy Nungessa, to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement with the Plaquemines Port Harbor Terminal for the use of Plaquemines Port Harbor Terminal District's Mobile Communication Center, otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Okay. An ordinance to amend and amended to readopt section of ordinance number 142, Comprehensive Zone Ordinance of Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as amended, in the Comprehensive Zoning District map, therewithin adopted it by reference, which is paraphrased, therefore, with reference to application number ZMP-2014-4, dated January 8, 2014. An ordinance authorizing the parish president to accept RFQs to assist Plaquemines Parish with the performances of coastal oceanic services and establishing a scientifically and technically sound updated mapping of the flood hazards for Plaquemines Parish, includes supporting the participation of the levee analysis and mapping procedure, the LAMP project, and professional service for consultant to provide the parish with scientific, engineering, modeling information and recommendations for the diversion projects through the parish of Plaquemines, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the general fund 2014 operating expenditure budget and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A resolution to revise the priority list pertaining to the parish long-term recovery plan pertinent to the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program by moving monies from the Port Sulphur Library Extension Project to the approved Consolidated Government Complex Project and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That is all. Mr. Turner?
I have none.
You have none. Mr. Edgecombe?
Yes, I have one, Ms. Barber.
An ordinance prohibiting commercial and recreational airboats from trespassing on public and private property located within the boundaries of Plaquemines Parish without the written permission of the landowners, and to establish enforcement provisions and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Mr. Marinovich?
Yes, sir.
The
A resolution authorizing and directing the parish president. A resolution authorizing and directing the parish president, Billy Nungesser, and his administration to immediately solicit qualified persons to aid in the enforcement of ordinances regulating permitted excavation and extrication, commonly known as borrow pits, and authorizing the parish president to submit these qualifications to the parish council to make the final selection. An ordinance appropriating a total sum of $108,000, $9,000 per month to enter into a professional service contract with Praetorian Consulting Group LLC, lobbyists and governmental relations as specialists to represent the Plaquemines Parish government to protect its rights and interests, authorizing and directing the parish president to execute said contract and otherwise to provide respect thereto. An ordinance authorizing and directing the parish president to accept RFQs for the engineering, design, and testing of an ecological baseline study for the Bureau's wastewater treatment plant Phase 1 as part of the Department of Environmental Quality permit process to assimilate wetlands using treated water and otherwise provide respect thereto. And an ordinance authorizing and directing the parish president to execute agreements and related documents for the engineering, design, and testing of an ecological baseline study for the Bureau's wastewater treatment plant Phase 1 as part of the Department of DEQ permit process to assimilate wetlands using treated water and otherwise provide respect thereto. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Marinovich. We will now move to ordinance and resolutions on the second reading and final passage. 6A1 will be deferred. 6A2. Ms. Barber?
An ordinance to prohibit the granting of any permits in Plaquemines Parish regarding the construction, development, or implementation of any additional freshwater sediment diversion projects and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Mr. Edgecombe?
Yes, sir, I'm offering, actually with the change, please.
Okay,
I got it out.
the changes are?
In section 1, after virgin projects, add, after the Mississippi hydrodynamic and delta management study is completed.
Okay. I'm sorry, repeat that again? After,
After the Mississippi River hydrodynamic and delta management study is completed. It's after section 1.
into that.
With that, I'll offer, sir.
With that, he's offering, ask for a second.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Marinovich. Mr. Edgecombe?
Yes, sir. If there's any questions, we can, Mr. P.J. Hahn come up, and also Mr. George Ricks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hahn.
How are you, sir? P.J. Hahn, Plaquemines Parish Coastal Director. Back around 2012, the state of Louisiana developed the state coastal master plan. Around that same time, Congress passed a $25 million study of the river called the hydrodynamic study of the river. It was going to be roughly 5-year study. They're probably 2 years into that study. It was around 2012 that they began studying the river. Those results are still ongoing. I think, in fact, they're a little behind the curve, as I understand it. Nobody really paid much attention to the large-scale diversions that was within the master plan because of money. There was no money, obviously, to construct any of these. After the Transocean criminal settlement, Judge Barbier directed $1.4 billion directly to Louisiana for, quote, rebuilding barrier islands and the diversions. So now the state has money. They just released a $64 million group of studies along the river for those diversions. And I think Plaquemines Parish, as well as our neighboring parish, St. Bernard, has always felt that these large-scale diversions would be problems to the local economy, to the environment, on a number of fronts. Today, what you have before you is basically asking them that we do not issue any permits from Plaquemines Parish for any type of diversions until these studies can be completed and until we have time to review these studies. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the table?
I'd just like to add one more thing since we're in public. Plaquemines Parish has never said they're against fresh water. We understand we need fresh water. It's the amount of fresh water that we're talking about. I think that's what the question is.
Mr. Turner?
What does this do to the current master plan, state master plan? And what's the impact of this legislation?
Good question, and very honestly, very little, because the state could still probably roughshod this over Plaquemines Parish. I mean, the state laws will supersede anything that we come up with. I think we're standing unified. St. Bernard has passed similar legislation, and I think it's just basically starting to posture not only Plaquemines but St. Bernard now posturing as the two parishes that would be most affected by these diversions, and letting the public know that, and I think it's a reasonable request, that these studies have to be completed before we begin submitting permits on these, and that's what's happening right now. It's kind of the cart before the horse.
Thank you.
Mr. Marinovich?
Kurt, I just wanted to weigh in for Virgo to kind of add on to it. I met with a gentleman from the state. They sent a guy down, Mr. Russo, who looks like he's going to be a liaison. And I sat with him and visited him a little bit, and I'm going to have him contact some of y'all. We have a workshop coming up in April at Woodland Plantation that we're going to be discussing the diversions. But he actually looks like he's a little more willing to work with us as opposed to just running roughshod over us. So that might be our chance to try to get what we want as opposed to these large-scale diversions.
Thank you, Mr. Marinovich. Questions? Wait, I'm sorry. Dr. Gui?
And PJ, I think that the key is that we're showing consistency, because previously we passed a position saying that we did not have enough information, and until such time, we took no position.
Right.
And what we're doing here is we're saying now the information is on the forefront, so we'd like to hold off on issuing any diversions, and not that we will, but still, it takes the position that we're very prudent in our thinking, and that once we see the evidence, we'll make a decision based on that evidence.
That's correct.
So we are being consistent, and I think we ought to all prove this.
Yes, sir. And I think one of the things that the state has not done yet that I think is critical is an economic impact study. That has not been done yet on these, and we all know what that would mean. Putting that amount of fresh water into any basin, it would really cause a lot of problems.
Mr. Turner?
Mr. Hahn, when this legislation first came before the council, the state's recommendation, was it not, and were we not told by the parish president, one, this was something that we needed to approve, and therefore this council offered no opposition to the state plan and supported it?
I wasn't there for the council meeting when that was held, so I apologize. I don't think I could speak.
You don't know whether or not?
Pretty much, most of the state master plan was passed by all of the coastal communities.
Including Plaquemines, because the very
Yes,
next
sir.
day we were at a meeting and you were there, and we had the discussion because we were told the night before at the council meeting by the parish president that this was something that we had to do. This council passed supporting the state master plan as is, and the next morning I was in the same meeting you were in with the parish presidents, and we were told that we didn't have to pass it. You recall that conversation?
I apologize, I don't, but
Okay.
I'll take your word for it.
You recall us being in that meeting together?
I remember a meeting about it
Okay.
several years ago when that.
And the only reason I bring it up, right, is because initially, this government, we supported it. And, because what's being said here is that we're being consistent in that we've always posed opposition, but we have legislation. The very first time it came up, this council supported it. Now, I am in agreement that we need to wait on a study. I am in agreement with that. And I am in agreement that it's an overkill what they're trying to do, that we need to be wise and smart about proceeding.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Audience? Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, Warren Lawrence. I just had one question. Would this have any effect on what we're doing with the vegetated ridges and everything, where we're taking sediment from the river and pumping it in, we're putting sediment and fresh water in? I don't know if a permit is needed, but would this have any impact on
PJ?
prohibiting that to continue?
No, sir, Mr. Lawrence, that's a great question, but the Reach B2 project is purely pumping sediment. It's not going to be introducing any fresh water into that area. But one of the things the hydrodynamic study will allow us to do is identify borrow pits, so to speak, in areas in the river that we'd be able to go after and dredge versus waiting 30, 40, 50 years for a diversion to build land.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn. Any more questions? If not, the machine is open on 6A2. There we go. And the ordinance is passed 8-0.
Thank you.
And we'll move on Mr. Edgecombe's request to CC. Ms. Barbara?
A resolution expressing Plaquemines Parish's support of the Save Louisiana Coalition, Inc., and its intent to become an ad hoc member of said coalition and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Mr. Edgecombe? You offering? Ask for a second. Second by Mr. Marinovich. Mr. Edgecombe?
PJ, anybody has any questions? We just defer to him.
P.J. Hahn, Director for Coastal Zone Management. In light of these diversions, there has been a group that has formed, Coalition to Save Louisiana. I'm going to allow Mr. George Ricks, who's, I believe, their chairman or president of that organization, spokesperson for the organization, to explain what the organization is doing and our role in being involved with them.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is George Ricks. I'm President of Save Louisiana Coalition, and we represent all the major commercial fishing associations, Oyster Task Force, Louisiana Shrimp Association, as well as tackle store owners, ice companies, marinas, anyone involved in the fishing industry, and coastal residents. We have been diligently fighting and meeting with our legislatures in Baton Rouge. We recently went to Washington a week ago and met with Senators Vitter and Senator Landrieu and Senator Scalise's staff, informing them the importance and the disastrous effects these large-scale river diversions could have on the economy of our coastal residents and coastal parishes. As you know, St. Bernard and Plaquemine, the commercial and recreational fishing industries are very important to the economy of these two parishes. I'd like to say something in regards to the scientists. You were talking about the studies being done on the diversions. I recently spoke before a panel of independent scientists in Baton Rouge at the Water Institute at Gulf, and these scientists were brought in from around the country, and their findings were released last week in Baton Rouge. The overwhelming consensus of these 12 scientists was that the ecological and socioeconomic impacts of these diversions is a major concern. And these impacts should receive the highest priorities and studies before any further progress is made in engineering or design of these structures. Also at this meeting, Brigadier General Duke DeLuca of the Corps of Engineers gave a presentation on diversions and their land building capabilities. In his presentation, he showed results of studies done with joint cooperation of the state that showed the predicted amount of land that would be built by these so-called sediment diversions has been greatly exaggerated. He stated that the river that built the delta thousands of years ago no longer exists. That the information that the public has been led to believe that reconnecting the river to the marsh, although it sounds romantic, is simply an untruth. The forces that built the delta will never happen again because the force of the river was caused by a melting great glacier that formed the Mississippi Valley over 7,000 years ago. He also stated that the Mississippi has a fourth of the sediment it had prior to 1932, and over half of that sediment doesn't get past Baton Rouge. The misconception that all the sediment in the river exits the mouth and falls off the continental shelf is just that, a misconception. According to the Corps, over half of the land we are losing every year, roughly 16.5 square miles, nearly 10,000 acres, is unreachable by any influence of the river. CPRA talks all the time about the Wax Lake Delta. It's building land. It has, but as General DeLuca pointed out, the Wax Lake outlet utilizes 10% of the total river flow at a maximum capacity of over 300,000 cubic feet a second. And since 1983, has only built 250 acres a year. And half of that was lost during Hurricanes Ike and Rita. So by his estimates, if we could utilize 100% of the Mississippi River, in best case scenario, We can only build 2,500 acres a year, which is impossible. With these new developments, do these predicted results justify jeopardizing our commercial and recreational fishing industries, or risk harm to our oyster, shrimp, and other seafood? Do we want to keep pouring millions of dollars in studies and engineering and design of sediment diversion when there's no sediment to get? I ask you, could this money be better spent to build land now? I'm asking this council to pass this resolution and help the Save Louisiana Coalition in this fight to help our commercial fishing industries. And I appreciate your time. And I'm glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ricks. Mr. Turner?
It's Mr. Ricks.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ricks, you mentioned that we have a quarter of the amount of sediment in the river today is what we've had in the past. Well, then would it be wise for us to be using that sediment for anything other than rebuild marsh creation or restoring land? And the reason I'm asking the question is because I'm going back to the last council meeting when we approved a company taking sediment from the river, and my argument at that time was that we would be competing, and we are competing, for the same source. So what's your take on allowing companies to access to the same source that we as a government is trying to utilize to stabilize and rebuild our marsh?
That's our point exactly. The Corps engineers, they're looking at now dredging Mississippi River 5 foot deeper to accommodate the big ships. We are pushing, when we spoke to the head of the Corps engineers in Washington, try to utilize this dredge material that they're taking out and pump it into the marsh and build land now.
I agree.
And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get legislation passed where the funding will go to the Corps engineers to allow them to do that. Right now, they're taking that sediment and they're going to dump it somewhere other than in the marsh. And it's been proven, the Shell Island project, they pumped in sediment 27 miles and built the island, Shell Island project. So it can be done.
Well, right there at Jefferson Lake in Point LaHash, we've got a pipeline that's pumping sediment out in the marsh, and yet we've got a private company that is tapping or will be tapping that same source. And I'm saying, whatever happened to marsh creation? Here it is. And it's not like we didn't know this when I brought it up. And so from the Save Louisiana Coalition, is that a position that the government should be taking in allowing private industry to tap the same sources that we know we need, considering that we only have a quarter of the source available today, allow private industry to tap that same source and deprive us from having the necessary material to rebuild our marsh? Is that a position that we should be taking as a local government?
I think the local government should be pushing to use that sediment to rebuild land. Whether it's, I don't know if it's...
No, it's not. The private company isn't taking it to rebuild a marsh. They're taking it to, sell as material for fill. And as a government, if you're working with the government, is that a position that you would recommend the government take, that we would continue to allow private industry to tap the same sources and resources that we know we need?
I kind of agree with you. I think we need land building now. Like I said, we're losing over 10,000 acres a year. We need that sediment. But the river's a constant source of sediment. There's just not enough.
Right. And we need it, just as you've stated.
And we need it.
And we shouldn't be giving it up to private companies who's just using it to make money and not protect Louisiana, being that your company has saved Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions from the table? The audience? The machine is open on 6CC. And the resolution is approved 8-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. We'll move back to 6B, deferred. 6C will be withdrawn. 6C will be withdrawn. B was deferred, C was withdrawn. and E will be withdrawn. We'll move to 6F, Ms. Marinovich. We'll defer. 6F will be deferred. 6G will be deferred. 6H will be withdrawn. Deferred, I'm sorry, okay, I misspoke. It will be deferred. I have my notes as withdrawn, I'm sorry. 6I, Ms. Marinovich. 6I is deferred. 6J. Six J is withdrawn. 6K, Mr. Griffin. Deferred. 6K is deferred. 6L.
Mr. Chair, before we go to 6L, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider ordinance number 14-48.
Okay, a motion to reconsider.
I move to reconsider the vote that the council failed to approve ordinance number 14-48 at the last council meeting. That ordinance, which I've attached to this motion, has its preamble. It's an ordinance to amend the general fund 2014 manpower structure and operating expenditure budget. Judges 25th JDC Division B and Juvenile Division Department Personal Services line items and otherwise provided with respect thereto. I'm going to pass this out.
You're offering for reconsideration.
Offering for reconsideration.
We'll ask for a second. Second by Mr. Gouy.
Mr. Chairman, I call a point of order in that this is not on today's agenda. It wasn't reconsidered at the meeting that it took place at, and therefore this needs to be introduced.
Mr. Rathburn?
Because if that's the case, just to further explain my position, if that's the case, I can take legislation that passed last month and say, without it coming before the agenda, and say, well, I want to reconsider it. It has to be on the agenda. If not, you can't call this a reconsideration. It has to be reintroduced.
I'm going to ask Mr. Rathburn, our attorney.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rathburn? You weigh in on this? Can we get on the mic?
I apologize. I'm reading from Mason's rules because I was asked to look into when the right time to enter a motion to reconsider is proper. And the rule at section 450 says, with certain exceptions, every legislative body has the inherent right to reconsider a vote on an action previously taken by it. Now, the exceptions, when it can't do so, are as follows in section 451 of Mason's. When vested rights have been acquired as a result of the action, in this case it was a negative vote, so there were no vested rights that were acquired, or rights that cannot be constitutionally or legally taken away, that isn't the case here, or the subject is beyond the control or out of reach of the body taking the original action. And that applies when, if it had passed and or it had been vetoed by the parish president. And finally, it may be inhibited from acting by the requirement of notice. And that's only in those cases when notice was not given in the first instance or was not properly given. Therefore, there is, in Mason's rules, an opportunity, and the time frame is called a reasonable time. It doesn't define what reasonable is, but it does say that if it's outside of a session, that's outside of reasonable time. Also, a motion to reconsider can only be considered one time. So if it fails this time, then Mr. Turner would be correct that you can't bring it up again. And this isn't supposed to, the actual motion to reconsider is not supposed to go beyond the debate of what it was at the very beginning. And that's the only restriction to a motion to reconsider unless the council rules provide otherwise. The council rules do not have any prohibition to motions to reconsider. Therefore, I believe it to be proper. Sure.
Without having any considerable change, we can still consider this?
In fact, a motion to reconsider cannot have any considerable
Thank you.
change at all.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Rathburn, and again, the issue here is that, one, it's not on the agenda. The reconsideration is not timely in that if we voted on something, we can call for a reconsideration during that meeting. This has never been done. This items need to be on the agenda. This needs to be on the agenda. You can ask for a suspension, because if not, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So right now, I can go and pull up another piece of legislation that we've passed anytime during this year that you're calling the same session and say, I want to offer it as a reconsideration, just out of the blue. Is that really what you're saying? So we don't have to put it on the agenda. Doesn't have to reintroduce it after we've taken action on it? Is that how you're defining a reconsideration?
Those are several questions, Mr. Turner, and I'll address each one if you like.
Please do.
Okay. One, in fact, you can bring a motion to reconsider without it having to go onto the agenda. There's nothing that requires that, and that you have to have an affirmative rule requiring it before it would have to be on there, as long as it is the motion to reconsider is reasonably within the time it was either passed, the ordinance was passed, or rejected. This is at the very next meeting.
And that's what the issue is today. If the reconsideration had been done during the same meeting, we would have accepted it, because we've always done it that way. It would come before the council. But never in the history of this government has an item come before the council that has already been approved or rejected and offered as a reconsideration, as opposed to being offered as a new piece of legislation. Never in the history of this government.
Well, I have to admit I haven't been here during the entire history of this government.
But the history that we have been here, that has never happened.
I understand that. And there is also I understand there's always a first time, and there's no prohibition in Mason's rules to it. And I believe the council likes to refer to Mason's quite often, and I've read Mason's, and Mason's doesn't require what I'm assuming you're arguing it does require.
Well, let me make sure I'm understanding. So is it just for me to bring up a piece of legislation today that we've already voted on, blindside the council, we've already voted on it, and not have it on the agenda and just call it a reconsideration? Is that legitimate? I need to be clear. Because I want to be afforded the same opportunity, because I might not want to put something on the agenda, something we've already acted on. I might just want to bring it up and say, let's do a reconsideration.
And if you get a second and they approve it, you're within your rights to do so.
This is definitely wrong. Right. I can wait. Yes, sir.
Mr. Beers?
I don't have a question. I would make one point. I think history would bear me out that there has been one instance where, in my tenure on the council, there was a reconsideration of a vote, and that was back in 2007 or 2008, when the council voted on an injection well that was to be put on the east bank of Plaquemines Parish, and at the very next council meeting, we did exactly this. We voted on a reconsideration.
But the issue was it was put on the agenda. That's the issue. The issue is that this is not on the agenda. And if you want to put it on the agenda, then you have to seek a suspension. The issue is not labeling the reconsideration. The issue is that it's not on the agenda, and now to surprise us with it, calling it a reconsideration, I think we're out of order.
Any more questions? Mr. Russo?
Anthony Russo, 1012 Epsilon. I would appreciate if your council would define session.
Ken? Okay. Mr. Russo, would you define the word session?
We
Okay. Well,
Since we haven't defined session, we don't have a session like Congress or the legislature. it's not even considered a meeting or a period of time or by a month or anything else. Session is just while we're in session. And there is no session time or cutoff time. That's what I'm reading right here.
Well, Mr. Rathburn, is that your understanding?
I can't hear.
Is that your understanding of the session?
Just what Mr. Marinovich just stated and what we talked about, I believe at the last meeting or the one before, where this council has not defined sessions for itself. And I noted that for you. Before this issue came up, I addressed it to each one of the council members saying, you haven't put in your rules when a session begins or ends.
My final comment is that I would suggest that you consider a session from the time you convene a meeting to the time that you adjourn a meeting would be defined as a session.
It doesn't say that in here, do you understand that?
I understand that, and that some people, and I understand what you're saying, Mr. Roussel, but some people actually define it from calendar year to calendar year that have that understanding around here. And I've heard several people tell me what they understand a session to be, but this council has never defined what it is for itself.
I'm not arguing either. I'm just mentioning it's not defined in it. There's no definition for
Well,
it.
to err on the side of the public, for public notice would be my position. And to change these rules and do these type of things leads to speculation as to what the true intent of this government is.
There
Now-
is no changing of the rules, though, sir.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you.
Oh, okay.
I'm just going to give you my opinion, and I appreciate the time to do that. And again, my opinion is that a session would be from the time you convene a meeting to the time you adjourn a meeting, has been the history of this government, as Mr. Turner has said, for years. Now, I realize that we have changed a lot of things, and it seems to be a convenience thing. But in my mind, that's what I would state as my opinion of what a session is. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this council, with Mr. Rathburn, we were told that a session was a calendar year, and we could only bring it up one time. That's what we were told. Let's go back and if you ask me to research that, I will. But I know that was said right here, and I know it was said to this council.
Mr. Chairman, Audrey Salvant, if everything that Mr. Radburn just explained is true, why would that be a need for a suspension of the rules?
Mr. Rathburn?
I apologize. I didn't catch everything Ms. Audrey said. I apologize.
If everything you just previously described is true, in fact, why would that be a need for a suspension of the rule?
I'm not, I'm not understand. I apologize. I don't understand the question. Right now, we're not discussing.
What Ms. Audrey's asking is we have to suspend the rules to take up a new item. It's not
That's
on
not
the
on the agenda.
This is not on the agenda. Simply calling a point of order, basically, that it's not on the agenda, whether we agree with it or
Absolutely.
not, and it's something new
Because
that's
it's
dropped on
never,
us today.
I understand now. Because it was never placed on the agenda in the first place. This one was on the table and was considered,
not
and
on
that's,
Excuse me.
and that's the reason that Masons has a carve-out of a one-time motion to reconsider something that has previously been considered. A suspension of the rules is to bring up a new item that has never made it onto the table before. And that's why it requires unanimity to be considered.
Maybe I can clear it up a little bit for you. What it is that we're making the rules as we go.
No, but Masons has the rules, Ms. Audrey.
Mr. Henry?
Arthur Henry from Belshade. Hey, Mr. Turner, the rest of the council, look, we all know what this is. It is what it is. You got that 5-4 vote here now. You got that 5-4 vote. You got the Belshade vote there. But, hey, you guys got to stop this, man. You guys, let the public be involved in some of these things you're doing, man. It's bad. It's bad. Bad business, guys. Bad business, guys. And I don't see nothing wrong with reintroducing this legislation or suspending the rules. Nothing at all.
Any more questions? Mr. Hinckley? Can you call the question?
Mr. Chairman, we need you to make a ruling on a point of order as to whether or not we can move forward. We need to hear it from you.
I'm gonna move forward on the advice of Mr. Rathburn.
Very good, sir.
Moving forward, Chairman. We're moving forward. The machine is now open on the reconsideration. And the reconsideration passes 5 votes, 1 no, District 6, and 2 abstentions from District 7 and District 8. All right, 6L, Mr. Hinckley. 6L, Ms. Barber.
An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the drainage repairs, Woodland Industrial Park subdivision project, and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
And offer with changes.
I don't know, hold on. All right. Mr. Hinckley, this is 6L with changes,
Yes.
and the changes are?
The changes are on line 4. We're moving, after transferring, we're going from $191,799.83 to $203,744.95. After line 10, we're adding repairs Burger Street, $11,945.12. Line 15, scratching out $191,799.83 to $203,744.95. Line 22, we're adding repairs Burger Street, $11,945.12. With that, I offer.
Now offering with the changes, next one, second.
I'll second, Kurt.
Second by Mr. Marinovich. Mr. Hinckley,
These
this
are
is transfer.
This is transferring funds to continue work on the industrial woodland park.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from the table? The audience? The machine is open on 6L. And the ordinance passes 6-7 to nothing, 1 abstention, huh? All right, Mr. Hinckley, 6M. 6M will be deferred. N will be deferred. We'll move forward with Ms. Barber.
An ordinance authorizing the parish president to enter into a contract to oversee and manage the mosquito abatement program for Plaquemines Parish and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Mr. Hinckley?
I'm going to offer with changes, and they're being passed out. In section 2, line 1, we're scratching out, after parish president to enter into, we're scratching out A and V, we're adding V. After contract, we're adding attached here too. And as we go through the contract, page 2 of the contract, under section 3, after parish, we're adding, but only after approval of and funding by the Plaquemines Parish Council. Page 3, section 6, numbers, after 6.1, number 6, after parish, we're adding acting through approved resolution of the Plaquemines Parish Council. In 6.2, after required, we're adding any extension to the initial 2-year term of this contract must be approved and funded by the Plaquemines Parish Council. We're moving to page 4. In 6.4, after parish, we're adding acting through approved resolution of the Plaquemines Parish Council. Page 7, the second paragraph. On the second line, we're scratching out parish, and we're adding the Plaquemines Parish Council. The last line of that paragraph, after task orders, we're adding, but only as approved by the Plaquemines Parish Council. Those are all of the changes, and with that, I offer.
Wait, I need a second. Hold on, sorry. I need a
I didn't notice that. Do we need to scratch that? Okay. Then, section 3, we're gonna scratch out, under the yays, we're scratching out council members Percy P.V. Griffin, Keith Hinckley, Kirk Lapine, Stuart Gui, Anthony Burris, Burkhart Turner, Jeff Edgecombe, and Byron T. Marinovich. And under absent, we're scratching out council member Ms. Marla Cooper. And then present but not voting, none. We're scratching that out, scratching none. And we are, I would think we're scratching out the ordinance was adopted on the. Well, we need to leave the yays, we need to leave the names out. Scratch all the names and scratch out none and scratch out the date. And with that, I offer.
Offered by Mr. Hinckley with those changes, and second by Mr. Marinovich. Questions? Mr. Turner?
Mr. Chairman, I just recommend that this be deferred, being that only now we're being given a contract, that we be given a chance to review it. And I don't think as a council member I should be expected to sit here and try to digest this at this time. We just handed the contract. This should be deferred to allow the council an opportunity to review it, and also, if so desired, to be able to discuss it with its constituents. To spring this upon the council, the contract at this meeting, and expect us to vote on it is an injustice. So I respectfully ask that we defer it.
Mr. Hinckley?
Now we can move forward. Mr. Marinovich?
Wait, what?
Keith, this is the same thing we had on the agenda before. I think it was $108,000.
There's another item on the agenda
There's another item.
appropriating monies for it.
This is to enter in the contract.
And we don't know what the contract is.
Do we have a copy of the contract? Do we know what that number will be?
This is the copy that was sent to us earlier in the week.
And it was $108,000, if I'm not mistaken?
Right, it's $180,000.
Okay.
That's different.
It's 108.
108,000, wasn't it? Same thing.
You good, Mr. Russo?
Yes, Benny Russell, 1012 Epsilon Street. I've been watching this issue on the agenda for quite some time now. I had the opportunity to go down to City Hall in New Orleans and look at the proposal that was submitted to this government in competition to this proposal that's being offered today. And my question is, why would you take a proposal at $108,000 when you had a previous competing bid for about $50,000? So my question to you, if you haven't had the opportunity to review the submittals, how can you be throwing away taxpayer money to the tune of $108,000 versus the $50,000 proposal that was submitted by the Mosquito Control Department in the city of New Orleans?
Both proposals were reviewed, and it was determined that these are proposals. These are not bids. There's two different things besides the spelling. But both proposals were reviewed, and it was determined that the best proposal was the one that we are voting on right now. One of the main reasons was that this company actually does work for all the outlining parishes around, and they come highly recommended. Unlike New Orleans Parish, where I think they spray that attracts mosquitoes. So after we reviewed these proposals, there was only two. It was determined that this was the best proposal.
Well, with all due respect, Mr. Palazzo, the city of New Orleans has cooperative endeavor agreements with several local parishes in the surrounding area and does an excellent job in mosquito control. Now, it's an opinion that you expressed that they kill or they attract mosquitoes. But I would ask that this council do its due diligence and compare the proposals that were submitted. And you will see that the city of New Orleans in its cooperative endeavor agreement with the surrounding parishes in the region do an excellent job and for half the cost. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I believe we have an ordinance on the books that talks about us receiving the proposals, because that came up several times in the past when I made requests for the proposals, and different various pieces of legislation have been deferred until we received the proposals. So we not only did not receive the proposals, but now we're getting the contract the day you want us to vote on it. I appreciate Mr. Roussel bringing it up about the proposals, and if there is a proposal out there that's half the cost, even though the administration has had a chance to review it, the legislative body, according to our ordinance, should have received those proposals. I believe 3 proposals is what we should have received.
Ms. Acosta?
The difference between New Orleans and Mosquito Control, Inc., there was just 3 points that I'll mention. I don't have them all with me. Mosquito Control, Inc. had several options on safety issues. New Orleans had none. Mosquito Control, Inc. had a superior presentation on public gatherings. New Orleans had none. And Mosquito Control, Inc. had bonding insurance. New Orleans had none.
I would again ask you to, as an intelligent decision to be made, and if you don't have a copy, and the administration will not give you a copy, I will give you a copy of the submittal from the city of New Orleans. And, you know, if you don't want to compare them yourself, then I guess that I can't encourage you to do any more. And in light of the votes already being cast on the ordinance, I'm wasting my time anyway.
Mr. Chairman, I'll call a point of order and seek a clarification. My understanding, because we've had a discussion before concerning environmental operators, that the proposals were supposed to come before the council even before it hit the agenda. So I'd like a clarification that I'd like you to make a ruling on it.
I think if I could address that, and I think most of the council members will agree, we provided them and everybody on the council with actually the presentations, the disc. I know Mr. Hinckley actually went over there and saw the facility to do his due diligence regarding the process. So we've done everything. Mr. Turner didn't find it in his pile. I don't know why, but we've done everything, given them notice. So I think we've done everything we've done.
Mr. Palazzo, are you saying that we received all of the proposals?
There were only two proposals.
I got the two proposals.
You didn't get a disc?
You didn't get a disc?
What we've done and what we continue to do to everybody is we actually take all the proposals and we scan everything in on a disc. And we sit there and we send a letter to every council member, including their attorney, Mr. Rathborn. And we give them everything for them to review. That's what we did, and I know that I've talked to, because this has been going on for months now, and I know that everybody seemed to be familiar with it. I spoke to everybody regarding it, so this is the first time that I'm hearing that, you know, Mr. Turner didn't receive it.
Mr. Palazzo, did you speak to me about this?
Yes, I did.
About mosquito control?
Yes, sir.
Negative. That's not a true statement. But also, Mr. Palazzo, did you also send a contract in advance? Or is this the first time we've seen a contract? Or
I've had the contract.
Did you send it out to everyone, Mr. Palazzo?
We sent everything out, yes, sir.
Okay.
It's scanned in on a disc, Mr. Turner. Everything's scanned in on a disc.
Hold on. Mr. Palazzo, are we sending it to our secretary to distribute it? Or are we sending it from the Plaquemines Parish Administration Office to everyone?
It's my appreciation, and I draft a letter, and the letter's copied to everybody, including your attorney.
Okay.
With the disc.
What about, we would appreciate if our secretary is.
I'll put her on the list too.
Because make sure we get, if it doesn't get it, we'll know we'll get it from her.
Okay.
Thank you.
And what we're trying to do too now is we're actually emailing the letter in advance. If it has an attachment to it, we're emailing the letter in advance with that little thing where you have to confirm that you received it. So that's what we're now implementing, because we're hearing these things from Mr. Turner that hey, he's not receiving them. Why he's not receiving them, I don't know why.
Any more questions? Mr. Henry?
I'm sitting back there in the public. We are totally lost, guys. You asking about it back there, they're lost. Is this to terminate the mosquito control department?
No.
No, it's oversee the mosquito
Oversee and
department.
manage and to enhance and to help the mosquito control department.
Because, you know.
No one's losing
Yeah,
their
y'all
jobs.
talking about processes.
No one's
the
losing
public
their
not
jobs.
really, come on, enlighten the public a little bit, guys.
Mr. Marinovich?
I'm going to tell you that I know that Mr. Hinckley was gracious enough to take his time to go out and look at the lab, if I'm not mistaken. A gentleman came in and met with several of us at the office, explained the program, how we can cut back on chemicals. The big thing I think that I really grasped out of the whole thing was the fact that we're spraying all night and all day sometimes, and there's a certain amount of time just at dusk and at dawn when you'll capture 95 or 98% of the mosquitoes when we should be spraying. And that's our optimum time to spray. And that's the thing they're trying to correct and make some corrections in the department. It is not to get rid of mosquito operators or cut their pay or for this company to come in and do spraying for us at all, because I would not support that.
Okay,
And there are times in the middle of the day, and I've experienced this a couple of times, I'm gonna tell you 2 times, that at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they're spraying for mosquitoes, and that is not a good time. That is a negative right there.
Right, what they explained to us,
You're
like,
not
is he
supposed to
saying
do
that that actually only captures 2 to 5% of the mosquito population, that's it?
But see, y'all didn't like the public, you know.
Well,
If I
you're-
wouldn't have got up and said anything, this would have just, people would still be confused. That's all. I'm not against it. I mean,
Okay, Mr. Russo?
Yeah, this will be my final comment, and I am against it. And I'm gonna tell you that this is the second time y'all have given this company a contract. The first time you gave it to them was back in around '07. They came in, they implemented some training to the mosquito control department. They gave a procedure and a protocol of how to handle mosquitoes with light traps and those issues. Now, all of these excuses about mosquitoes at different times of the day are regulated by the administration whether they can spray or not. And you can sit here and say all of these different reasons why you want to give it to the high bidder. I'm just opposed to it. The mosquito control department has a licensed man on the premises. They do an excellent job. And for us to take someone and put over the mosquito control department just to say that we need a management team over them, it makes no sense to me. And, you know,
I think it's more of an advisory team, I don't think it's a management team.
well, the problem is it cost us $108,000 to do it.
If it prevents West Nile or any other disease, I think it would be worth it.
Mr. Marinovich, we have never had a case of West Nile in this parish,
Let's keep it that way.
and we will. However, I'm going to relinquish the mic because we're getting nowhere with this, but I'm telling you, it's a waste of taxpayers' money when you don't accept the low bid or low proposal.
Thank you. Anyone else? We'll be moving forward on 6O. The machine is open. And the ordinance passes 6-2 with a no vote from District 3 and a no vote from District 6. We'll move to 6P. 6P will be withdrawn. 6Q. Ms. Barber, 6Q.
An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the improvement Bell Chase Pump Station Number 1 project and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Mr. Burris, you offering?
I'd offer as read and ask for a second, please.
Second by Mr. Hinckley. Mr. Burris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next, 6 items on the agenda are all transfers from projects within District 5. In this case, there was money left over from the bond issue that upgraded the Ollie Pump Station. There was roughly $655,000 of bond money not spent. Research was done, and we want to move $355,000 or so of that money from the Ollie Pump Station project to the Bell Chase Number 1 Pump Station project to make repairs to this pump station. So with that, I would answer any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you, Mr. Burris. Any questions? Mr. Turner?
I'm not sure on the policy. How does that work with the bonds? When it's taken out for a specific purpose, are you able to?
The bond was not written for a specific purpose. The
Very
bond was
good.
written to say for drainage and pump improvements in Plaquemines Parish.
Thanks, sir.
Any other questions? It was seconded by Mr. Hinckley. Anyone from the audience? Machine is open on 6Q. And the ordinance passes 8-0. We'll move to 6R.
An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the improvement Jesuit Bend Park project and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Mr. Burris, you offering?
I'll offer as read and ask for a second, please.
I'll second. Mr. Burris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm transferring monies from 3 separate projects in my district and putting the aggregate of $180,892.50 into an account capital improvement account that we are calling Improvements Jesuit Bend Park. It is our anticipation that the paperwork on the acceptance of the former Judge Perez Park will be completed by the end of the month, and that come April the 1st or so, we may be able to begin cleaning that place up and making improvements to it.
Thank you, Mr. Beers. Any questions from the table? Audience? Mr.
Oh, Mr. Beers, you know.
You want a basketball?
Hey,
You
you
want a
know I'm
bas-
asking,
you
you know
want
I'm
a-
asking.
you want a basketball court.
I agree with your part, but I'm asking football, basketball goals.
You can talk
You
to
got-
the young man from the newspaper. He and I were out there this morning and asked him
right.
what I wanted to put in it.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Henry. Any other questions? The machine is open on 6R. And the ordinance passes 8-0. We'll move to 6S.
An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the Extension Peters Road Bypass Project and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Mr. Beers.
My offer is read and would ask for a second, please.
Second by Mr. Hinckley. Mr. Beers.
Again, I am moving monies from within District 5. In this case, I'm going to transfer $449 or so thousand from a project called Jesuit Bend Drainage and 50 or so thousand from a project known as the Extension for Walker Road Sewer Project, which was not done when the road was put in. This money is going into the Extension Peters Road Bypass Project. It is our $500,000 needed to match the Regional Planning Commission's $3 million for Phase 2 land acquisition for the Peters Road Bridge.
Any questions from the table? Mr. Turner?
Mr. Beers, looking at, it seems like we're taking $449,634 from drainage Jesuit Bend project. Is that correct?
That's correct. Because there is more money to come in another ordinance that follows from the Ollie Pump Station project to put in the Jesuit Bend Drainage project.
And that's what I was going to ask about, because I see we're adding $300,000 to the Jesuit Bend drainage.
That's because 300 is all that is needed to match the grant that the engineering department has to complete that project.
Okay, I was just wondering why we didn't, and again, it's your prerogative, but
Thank you.
just looking at it, in that you have 400-something thousand dollars coming out and putting 300 back in. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on.
Again, that is because the engineering department has said that
I
all
heard
we
you.
need to put up is 300,000 for a grant, to match a grant.
Right, then it seems as though you'd have left that in there, but that's your prerogative.
Okay. Questions?
Michael Vestito, 291 Bergeron Drive. Mr. Burris, was that you mentioned on Walker Road, was that drainage or was it city sewage?
It was to extend the sewer line down Walker Road.
Extend the sewer line. Okay, we've been trying to get city sewage on Bergeron for many years, and we've been told we had money, then there was no money, then there was money and no money, and we've never gotten it. We've been on Bergeron for 22 years.
I would agree with that. There are also tons and tons or thousands of other people that live in District 5 that are in the same boat as you, myself included. We're working on it diligently. There is an ongoing project right now that Linfield Hunter has a contract to engineer additional sewer improvements in District 5. Like I would tell anybody else, Miss Phyllis, who's shaking her head, that lives in District 5, we're all in the same boat.
But does that mean Walker Road's going to get it before Bergeron?
We are actually taking money out of the Walker Road project to put it someplace else because it is not going to happen in the near future.
Sad. Thank you.
Any other questions? Machine is open on 6S. And the ordinance is approved 8-0. We'll move to 6T.
An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the drainage Jesuit Bend project and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Mr. Burris.
All offers read and ask for a second, please.
Second by Mr. Griffin. Mr. Burris.
This is a transfer of the remaining money from the bond issue for the Ollie Pump Station into the Jesuit Bend Drainage Project. It is the $300,000 match that we need for the grant for the project known as Jesuit Bend Drainage.
Thank you. Any questions? Attorney, you have a question? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Any audience? Machine is open on 6T. And the ordinance passes 8-0. 6U.
An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the waterline extension East Bayou Road to Concord Road project and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Mr. Beers?
I'll offer as read and ask for a second.
Second, I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Beers.
Chairman. Again, it is a transfer of $730,000 for the continuation of an ongoing project that runs a water line down East Bayou Road across the Intracoastal Waterway and ties, makes a loop into the water line on Engineers Road. This is a project that ST has asked for many years. It is currently an ongoing project that needs additional funding to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Beers. Mr. Turner?
Mr. Williams, is this a project that's going to be happening anytime in the near future?
What did I just say?
Yes, sir, Mr. Turner, it is. It will give us redundancy in the line. We only have one interconnect coming from Jefferson Parish at the current time. This will give us a dual feed, and it's most definitely recommended by Severn Trent.
Right, and I did hear Mr. Beers on it, but the only reason I asked the question is because when I said the same thing, that we'd be acting on an ST project and moving $1.4 million, Mr. Hinckley found it a point to ask you the question, is this something that's going to be happening this year? So I'm taking the same opportunity, so no one should get offended that I'm asking the same questions of you that others have asked of you.
Not a problem, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions from the table? Audience? Machine is open on 6U. And the ordinance passes 8-0. We will move to 6V.
An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the Plaquemines Parish Hazard Mitigation Plan update and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
I'll offer and ask for a second. Second by Mr. Gui. Mr. Legislation, Mr. Puckett, can you help us out with?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Benny Puckett, Grant Administrator for Plaquemines Parish. As all of you are aware, we have a hazard mitigation plan. That's a part of the requirement whenever we go for hazard mitigation program grant funds. And it comes up for review and renewal every 5 years. That actually comes up in 2015. The process is generally around 18 months to review and renew the hazard mitigation plan. Yes, sir.
I'm going to stop you right there.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to defer this matter today because of the funding source.
I understand.
Okay.
If you would allow me, and you can say no, but if you would allow me, I'd like to tell you what it's worth to the parish, and I have no problem with you deferring at this point,
Okay.
because there's some other information.
I'm going to defer, but I'm going to give you an opportunity to say, because another councilman wants to ask a question.
Absolutely.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm giving you a few minutes.
Okay, thank you very much,
It will
Mr.
be
Chairman. Anyway, so the value of this plan to Plaquemines Parish is if we are able to do a really comprehensive hazard mitigation plan, it allows us then to get grant funding in the future. If we don't have a plan, we don't get hazard mitigation grant funding for Plaquemines Parish. That has happened in the past, but since 2010, when we adopted the initial plan, which comes up for renewal in 2015, we've been able to get significant hazard mitigation dollars. And I'm actually trying to get GOSEP to pay for the renewal of this plan. They have not agreed to yet, but I'm hoping to get them to pay for it. They paid for the first one. So with that, absolutely I understand their deferral.
And the matter will be deferred. Mr. Beers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. Mr. Puckett, I would suggest, you look at this agenda, and I count no less than 6 items on the agenda.
Yes, sir.
Where items, ordinances continue to be thrown in the chairman's lap. They are all ordinances that are requesting money for one need or another. I'm not going to sit here and speak on the merit of those items because I think they're all probably important. However, I would suggest at some point, rather than throw it out to the table and throw the council to the wolves and tell the council, figure out where to find the money, y'all need to go back and look at y'all's own budgets on the other side over there and maybe try to figure out where y'all can find some money to start helping us figure out how to pass some of these things.
Thank you, sir.
It's really getting to be a little bit old.
Okay.
Thank you.
With that matter, it'll be deferred.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll move to 6W.
An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the communication disaster upgrade project and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
I'll offer with changes, and I'll read you the changes if you. On line 4, we'll scratch out 350,000, 400,000, insert 350,000. On line 5, we're appropriating, scratch out appropriating, putting transferring, scratch out 400,000 and make that 350,000. And scratch out general fund unreserved, undesignated, and insert general fund pump station Empire. Right, Jeff? Ms. Angie, you got that? The general fund pumping station Empire. You have to, I thought that was. This one right here. Yeah, we're taking 350 out of this one. Okay. It's 371, we're taking 3. Is that okay? I know, but I know. This is the one you were offering changes. I'm making it right here. We're not taking this Morel Lane out. Okay. Okay. I know. Is that okay? Okay. Okay. Did you get that? We transferring to the communication disaster project from the general fund pump station Empire. And on line 11 in section 1, scratch out appropriating, put in transferring. Right after that, put 350,000. And on line 2 right there, transferring from the general fund pumping station Empire. And with those changes, I'll offer and ask for a second. Second by Mr. Edgecombe. Mr. Turner?
What's the total cost of this project?
Is Mr. Boone here? Ms. Jeff, can you come up and? Can you give us a kind of brief explanation?
Yes, be glad to. If it pleases the council, can I turn?
Yes,
DC?
come on.
I'll give you a copy of this.
Yeah, put one there. Can you give us a brief explanation, Mr. Boone?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This project we're working with is to eliminate as much of the AT&T services that we're using parish-wide. As you can see on the sheet I handed out to you, we have quite a number of services from AT&T and CMA and other services that are provided from third-party vendors, and these add up to quite a bit of money. So with the microwave system in place that we have now from Katrina's PW project, we have the infrastructure in place to backhaul radio services that would extend internet service parish-wide to all the outlying areas that we're working with. And this would allow us to tie into a common VoIP phone system, which has been around for a number of years. And it's for voice over internet protocol primarily saying if you have an internet service, you can provide telephone service as well. So this would eliminate our AT&T bills that we've been getting hit quite a bit for quite a number of years now. So this project is to eliminate as much of that as possible. And we'll own the service. It'll be ours and no longer have recurring costs. So that's what that project's about.
And, I'm sorry, Mr. Boone, this is parish-wide.
Parish-wide. Be the
Parish-wide.
East Bank, West Bank, North and South, every area. So the main locations that we have for the parish microwave system, Bellchase, Ironton, Port Sulphur, and Buras. And soon to come online will be East Marlahash as well. So that's coming into play very soon. So that's going to make a difference on our billing. It'll take some investment up front to go ahead and get that thing, in, as far as infrastructure goes, get that put in, then we can migrate off AT&T. And it'll be done location by location.
Very good. Any more questions from the table? Audience? The machine is open on 6W. And the ordinance passes 8-0. Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr. Boone.
Council.
6X, Ms. Barber?
An ordinance to amend the General Fund 2014 operating expenditure budget, Safety Department, various line items, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
I'll offer an X for a second. Second by Mr. Burris. If I get this right, this is transferring in the Safety Department between the line items. $2,000. Any questions? Audience? Machine is open on 6X. And the ordinance passes 8-0. 6Y, Ms. Barber?
A resolution to adopt the Plaquemines Parish Hurricane Isaac CDBG Disaster Recovery Program Residential Anti-Displacement and Relocation Assistance Plan as required under the State of Louisiana Office of Community Development Disaster Recovery Program.
I'll offer an X for a second. Second by Mr. Marinovich. Mr. Puckett, can you explain this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a requirement to adopt what's called a relocation plan for CDBG projects. We actually have this one and the next three in line. We already have these in place, but for each CDBG grant, we have to re-adopt them for that particular grant. And this one is the relocation plan that is required in order to participate by CDBG. It's not anything that costs the parish any money. It's just a program or a plan that we have to adopt.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Turner?
If you would, tell the audience the basics about the plan. What is this?
Well, the relocation plan simply says that as a parish government, if our grant relocates someone by necessity, then we have the responsibility of ensuring that that's done at no cost to the relocated person. That generally would only happen if we're doing a road project or something like that, but what we're doing is a housing project. So we won't be relocating anyone with respect to that, but we still have to agree to have the plan apply to the grant itself.
The plan that we agreed on doesn't allow for relocation. The plan that we agreed on was there was an elevation piece, and then on this part of the money, there was the housing piece.
Let me rephrase it. Relocation means that we are going to move someone somewhere else in this case.
And in the plan, what my understanding of the
We're not
previous
moving
plan-
anyone. We're not relocating anyone with this grant, but we're required to have a plan in place attached as an option attached to the grant procedure. We're not going to relocate anyone. We're remodeling or repairing homes. We're not relocating people. But we still have to have this in place in order to move forward with the grant.
Okay. Mr. Marinovich?
This is simply a state requirement, correct?
That is correct. It's just this one and the next three are simply state requirements.
Okay. Any other questions from the table? Audience? The machine is open on 6Y. Oh, okay.
Mr. Puckett.
Mr. Puckett?
Mr. Puckett. What's the amount of this grant?
$16.9 million.
I know, but another hurricane season gonna be come for the people use this money.
I mean,
This has been a long time before the people get to use this money. This is ridiculous.
Mr. Turner?
Mr. Puckett, in this legislation and the next legislation that's coming up, is there any flexibility to do anything other than what was stipulated in the previous legislation concerning the use of these funds?
The answer is no, but we're not voting on any flexibility for the grant, the
I just want to
expenditure of the
make
grant
sure
funds.
that I understand what I'm voting on here and the effect of this. And so my question is, the effect of this, would it allow the administration to deviate in any way from the plan that has been submitted, even though it might be a use that the state permits?
No.
No,
Just want to be
Mr.
clear.
Turner, I'll let you know, I went through all of this very well last night, and there is no deviation from it at all. It specifically mentions in here that they're to be tasked with doing what we asked them to do.
I just wanted it stated publicly, Mr. Marinovich, because when we first passed the money for the 31, almost $32 million for Katrina Rita, we were also told that that would come before the council. But I just wanted it on record because that didn't happen. So I'm just getting it on record that there will be no deviation from what was previously submitted. And if I heard you correct, there will not be any. I just wanted it on the record. Thank you, Mr. Park.
This has nothing to do with that, but yeah, but the answer is no. We have legislation in place dictating the
I understand,
expenditure of
because
that
we've had
grant.
legislation before. I just wanted it on the record. I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You good, Mr. Turner? Okay. Audience? The machine is open on 6Y. And the resolution passes 8-0. Move to 6Z.
A resolution to adopt the Plaquemines Parish Citizen Participation Plan as required under the Hurricane Isaac Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery, CDBG-DR program.
I'll offer and ask for a second. Second by Mr. Gooey, Dr. Gooey. Mr. Puckett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is another one of those pieces of legislation required by the state. This happens to be a plan for public input, public meetings, that sort of thing. And it's a citizens participation plan that we're required to adopt as a part of the participation in the community development block grants.
Thank you, Mr. Puckett. And Mr. Turner?
As a part of that citizen participation, Mr. Puckett, where do we stand as far as specifically the people in West Point Lahash concerning their participation in this grant money, the $12 million for elevation and the $16 million for housing? Where do they stand in that process?
As a part of the citizen participation part of it, we've already had public meetings. The council has already adopted legislation determining how the money is going to be spent. The next part of that, once we get all the applications and the paperwork done, is the citizens will be asked to apply in those in the process.
So are the applications are still being drafted?
The application for the money itself, for the program itself that the council has determined the way that the council wants the money spent, this is a part of that application.
Okay, I understand that piece, but it's talking about citizen participation. What I want to know is, what can I pass on to my constituents as far as how they access these funds?
We will advertise and we will have public meetings, if that's what you're asking about, whenever the time comes for the citizens to begin to filling out their own application.
So that piece has not happened yet?
It has not happened.
Do we have a timeline as to when that might happen?
I do have an estimated timeline. At this point, it looks like it's going to be somewhere in June or July area that we'll be able to go to the public themselves for individual applications.
So at that point, I'll be able to tell the people of Braithwaite, Ironton, West Point Lahash, all of those who were impacted, that now is the time to plead your case.
Yes, the answer is yes.
June,
Those
July.
people who were affected by Hurricane Isaac, because remember the legislation dictates that only those affected by Hurricane Isaac are the ones that will repair their homes.
That's correct.
You good, Mr. Turner?
I'm good. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Questions from the audience? The machine is open on 6Z. the resolution is passed 8-0. We'll move to 6AA.
A resolution to adopt the Plaquemines Parish Hurricane Isaac Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Procurement Policy as required in the procurement of all goods and services required in the implementation of the Plaquemines Parish Hurricane Isaac CDBG-Disaster Recovery Program.
I'll offer and ask for a second.
I'll second, Kurt.
Second by Mr. Marinovich. Mr. Puckett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is another part of the application that we're required to have. This particular piece is the procurement procedure that we are required. Any procurements that are made with this grant funding have to go through a specific procedure, and this is the procedure that is required by the state. Again, this is not something that is foreign to us. This is something that we already do with respect to our grant funding procurements, but we have to adopt this as a part of this particular grant funding application.
Any questions from the table? Audience? The machine is open on 6AA. And the resolution is approved 8-0. We'll move to 6BB.
A resolution to adopt the Plaquemines Parish Section 3 plan as required under the Hurricane Isaac CDBG-Disaster Recovery Program.
I'll offer and ask for a second.
Mr. Lepine, before you second, I'd like to note on page 2, on letter I, let's see if I got the right one here. Hold on a second. We listed, I think it's I, they're showing Benny Puckett as grants administrator, which he's currently holding that position, which may not be long, no offense, Mr. Puckett. I understand you have some other ideas you may be doing in the future. And at the end of the year, he would not be grants administrator. Would we want to strike Mr. Puckett's name from there, just leave it as grants administrator? He would monitor the program as long as he's in the office, and, whoever would follow up behind him if there was such a person.
All right, do we leave Mr.
That's fine.
Do we leave Mr. Puckett's name and put
Just take
or
Benny Puckett.
appointing? Or
Just take Benny Puckett out, let's put to appoint the grants administrator. Replace it with the word the.
Okay. All right.
And with that, I would second.
With those changes from I, we'll scratch out Benny Puckett. No offense.
That's fine.
Okay. And it will say to appoint grants administrator.
And I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Marinovich. Mr. Puckett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is, Section 3 is a little bit undefined when you say Section 3, but let me tell you what it is. It's actually the affirmative action piece of grant. Community development block grants are required to meet a national objective, which is to service at a minimum of 51% of the money has to go to low and moderate income people. And in so doing, there are community action requirements that go into being able to utilize these fundings. And this is our agreement that we will participate in Section 3. And Section 3 is really is reporting from anybody that we do business with, anybody that is involved in the grant process and utilizing the money for affirmative action.
Thank you, Mr. Puckett. Any questions from the table? Audience? With that, the machine is open on 6BB. And the resolution is approved 8-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman
Thank
and
you, Mr.
council
Puckett.
members.
We'll move to 6DD.
An ordinance to amend the Public Health Fund 2014 operating expenditure budget, Mosquito Control Department, line item professional services, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Mr. Hinckley, you offered
Yeah,
on
Ms.
behalf
Cooper
of
asked
Mr.
if I would offer this, so I offered.
Mr. Hinckley is offering on behalf of Ms. Cooper. Ask for a second. Second by Mr. Griffin.
This is moving monies around in the mosquito control department to take care of the contract that we voted on earlier.
Okay. Any question? Mr. Turner?
Yes. When we had budget hearings, we had appropriated $20,000 for professional services. At that time, Ms. Acosta, did we not know that we would be hiring a company? And the reason I'm asking the question is, was the expectation for us to only pay $20,000? And if that was the case, then what has changed? Or did we just under budget, planning to address it later? Because if you look at that line item, the only thing that's budgeted in there is $20,000.
That money had nothing to do with this contract.
I guess what I'm getting at is we didn't anticipate hiring a company. I'm looking at why we only budgeted $20,000 and coming back today asking for $108. And then with that in mind, then what's the total cost of the contract? Is the total cost of the contract $108? Because we
That's
already
correct.
have $20,000 in that budgeted item.
The total cost of the contract is $108. We're transferring from chemicals. Chemicals has $250,000 in it. In our chemicals, we have 1,300 gallons left of chemicals, which will get us through the month of June. And the remaining chemicals, we have enough to make us to the end of the year in chemicals.
Any idea how much we've already spent on chemicals?
We have on hand, we have 1,300 gallons of chemicals, which will get us through. We don't start spraying until April. That'll get us through the end of June with the on hand. The balance, after we remove the 108,000 from the 250, we'll still have $142,000 to buy chemicals through the remaining of the mosquito control season.
Wait, what's that amount that's going to be remaining?
142. Our dibrome is
Right.
62,000. Permanon is 23,000, and ULV oil is 36.
And Ms. Janice, we're actually looking at probably saving some money, hopefully. That's the whole
yes.
point of this,
Yes,
with the optimal spraying times and stuff.
yes, we are. It's going to be much better for us. And I have Mr. Ferrer here with my superintendent, and we'll be able to save with our plane alone. That's going to be a much better savings. Right now, every time the plane goes up, it's going to cost us $6,000. If we go with Mosquito Control Inc., that's roughly a cost of $2,500. So we're going to save a tremendous amount of money. We're looking at, and we can also piggyback with them on our chemicals.
Okay. Byron, you good? Mr. Burris?
That just, you sparked an interest in me, Miss Janice. Talk to me about the airplane again. The airplane that was the greatest thing since sliced bread back in 2007 or 2008. Come on, Mr. Burris, you gotta take a ride with me. We're going across the lake. We go and look at an airplane that another operation uses to spray for mosquitoes. We gotta get us a plane. We bought that airplane. We spent a whole lot of airplane money on that airplane now. And now it sounds like to me we're abandoning that airplane. Is that correct?
We haven't gotten into any discussions with.
But did you just not say that we were gonna rely on Jefferson Parish to spray?
Well, we're
Or
getting.
Mosquito Control Inc.,
Right.
I should say.
Well, all we did was speak to them about the cost if we went in with them, since we're so close to what they spray into our parish. When we spoke to them, and I know Mr. Ferrer can speak more into that depth, because I didn't really, when we spoke to them, I didn't get in detail with them. But if they cross over and spray for us, it would be at a much better savings for us than what it costs us. When we spray, every time we put that plane up, which we do once a week, when it's an active season, it costs us so much for the hangar, so much for the pilot, so much for the co-pilot, so much for the fuel. And it's approximately total $6,000. And we did have a very active season last year and the year before. We had Isaac. So it did cost us a good bit for the plane. Now, that was before we even considered going into Mosquito Control Inc. or any private
All right, thank you.
Mr. Marinovich?
I'm going to support this legislation. I sat down with these people. I think there are some cost savings to be. I'm a little curious, as Mr. Turner just mentioned, too, where the airplane's going to wind up going if we don't need it. That's a little curiosity factor. I do know this company because I've specifically asked, can y'all spray for mosquitoes? Could you take over our mosquito control compartment? Do you have trucks? Do you have airplanes? Do you have all the equipment, mixing chemicals, blenders, and everything else, labs and all? But I will say I'm supporting this because I feel that it will enhance the workers' abilities. It will save the parish money. Maybe we can get rid of an airplane and all. But I promise you I will fight everybody in here tooth and nail if they're looking to lay off parish workers and to get rid of our mosquito control department. I'm going to make that statement today.
No, they're not, and I agree with you totally. No, we're not gonna lay off one person, and it is management. It is totally management.
Wait, Mr. Turner? Okay, good.
And what's the plan for the aircraft? And I guess my concern is a giveaway. I mean, the money that we've invested, right? Saying that this was something that we needed, and when we got it, we said that they would be flying only as needed. This would save us money, and yet today we're saying, let's discard it. And so,
Well, we haven't gotten into that discussion yet.
Okay.
It's just an option, it's just an idea so far, but we have to get into discussion with them. We just did get into the contract with them, so we're just looking ahead at what the cost savings could be for that department.
very good. My only concern is, right, let's not let this be a giveaway of an airplane to somebody.
I didn't say that. We're just talking about trying to save the parish money
And
as
I'm with
far as
you on
that
that.
department.
And I'm with you on that.
Are we good? Mr. Russo?
Yeah, I want a little clarification on that. So I'm to assume that the Mosquito Control Inc. will fly their plane for about $2,500 to spray?
This is just an option that we talked to them about. We haven't gotten into any really definite discussions with them. This is just an option that we spoke about.
Did you look into the contract where they quoted you so many cents per acre?
I'd have to let Mr. Frere speak on that.
Raymond Ferrer with Plaquemines Parish Health Department. The question Mr. Russo was asking is referring to emergency response only. And if we had to use Mosquito Control Inc. for an emergency response situation, we would enter that agreement at so many dollars per acre for spray.
Thank you.
So then as a follow-up to that, we are anticipating keeping the plane to do normal spraying when it's not an emergency?
We haven't gotten into those discussions yet. Right now, we're just trying to get them on board for management. Ben, we're going to look into the cost savings that they can do for us through the whole department.
The only problem I have with that is you just approved the contract for emergency spraying at 4 or 5 cents, 3 cents, whatever the amount was per acre. And you said something that would save us from $6,000 to $2,500 if they oversprayed because they're so close. And my concern would be, how do you spray in Venice to Belchase? That's not close. So, again, I suggested that you look at the contract that was proposed, and without beating this issue any further, I think it's a waste of taxpayers' dollars.
What's your opinion?
Thank you, Ms. Ferrer. Any other questions? Mr. Lawrence?
Warren Lawrence, I feel for y'all. I really do. I mean, this is so confusing as a general citizen to listen to this kind of stuff going on. And to think that we can understand what y'all are doing is ridiculous. You know, I look at something like this, and I hope somebody looking at television or something, the few people that have the cable to look at this, can understand what is being done. Either we have a good mosquito control department or we don't. I thought we did. Now I found out it's been mismanaged, had no oversight, and you're going to correct this. And we can't do it within house. We got to go outside, privatize, to tell us how to manage a department. That's what it's telling us. I mean, that's what I'm reading out of it. It's pitiful. You mean to tell me that this parish government can't manage a mosquito control department? And they can't oversee it? Evidently, that's what you're telling us, because if we got to hire somebody to do it, we must have mismanaged or had no management at all. And you're spending money to do something that I thought we was already doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. I too believe our mosquito control can handle the problem, and that's why I voted no. And I will be against this too, but I think that we can handle it in-house. That's my opinion. Any other questions? The machine is open on 6DD. And the ordinance passes 5-2, no votes, District 3 and District 6, and abstention for District 1. 6EE will be deferred. And 6FF will be withdrawn. Before we move to 7, new business, I will revert back to introductions. You have any, you have one, Mr. Okay, you good? Mr. Hinckley, you don't have? Mr. Veras? Okay, I have one. An ordinance to amend the general fund 2014 operating expenditure budget, permits department, line item, office furniture, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Mr. Turner, you have any more? No, sir. Mr. Edgecombe or Mr. Marinovich, you have any more introductions? No. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have it now.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Griffin.
In order to amend the 5-year capital improvement plan for the Highway 39 Streetlight White Dish to Finish project and the Waterline Saltwater Intrusion Delco project, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. We will now move to 7, new business. 7A, public comments regarding Hurricane Isaac. Mr. Turner?
Anybody have any questions concerning Isaac? I know I received one earlier today, and I tried addressing that with Mr. Puckett when he was up here speaking, and that is, what's the status on the rebuilding in West Point, Lahash, with those homes that have not been rebuilt yet? And I'm sure you have the same thing in the Braithwaite area also. So any additional information that we can provide on the housing? Is Mr. Puckett still here? Mr. Williams, any updates on the debris in Lake Hermitage?
No, sir, no update, same as last week. We have met with those guys several weeks ago. We're trying to get the permitting process taken care of so we can start attacking those drainage canals and canals in Lake Hermitage.
Thank you very much, sir. I don't have anything else on Hurricane Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. We'll move to 7B, update and presentation by District 6. Mr. Turner?
I have a couple of things. At the last council meeting, during the update for District 6, I'd asked a question I was hoping to do a follow-up on today during a presidential update, so I'll do it at this time. And that was the concerning, and this is something that's in Mr. Guy's district, and I think the gentleman had gone to all of the council members, and when he brought it to my attention about the creosote ties and the issue concerning our health department, I'd asked some specific questions at the last council meeting, and so I'd like a response to those questions concerning the ordinance that's on the books, the obligation for the parish to do an inspection, and again, I was told an inspection was done, but according to the ordinance, the obligation of the parish to present a report, and I'd stated that if a report had not been done, then one needs to be done and sent to the council, so I'd like to know the status. No, I'm waiting on an answer.
Mr. Turner, I think Raymond presented me with a report. It's on my desk for my review, so we're working on that for you. I've been involved with that creosote project probably since I've been here. You know, we've been trying to work with the railroad company They've moved some, they brought some back. It's an ongoing project. We've looked at the law regarding that matter. I've met with several of the council members regarding that matter, and we've tried to figure out a way we can get around it. Unfortunately, we believe that the only recourse, and we actually talked to some of the residents in that area, were for them to individually file a lawsuit. They seemed to be hesitant when we told them that, but at this point, that's what it seems to be. And we are still monitoring the scenario, but it doesn't look like we have any recourse from a legal standpoint.
Mr. Plaza, my concern is that we have, as a government, as a local government, and having a health department, we have some responsibility as a government to the people. And so, in our ordinance says that, you know, an inspection is to be done and a report is to be given. But I guess my concern is, and how I'm interpreting your comments, is that we're putting all of the burden on the constituents. When we as a government, the fact that we are a government, we have a certain amount of leverage, and we should be applying that leverage, especially when there are perceived or actual health issues involving our constituents.
And you're absolutely correct, and that's a good point, and we've been involved in it deeply with actually speaking to the individuals of the railroad company. I know I've spent some time with Dr. Gui. He's actually participated in the meetings with the constituents and actually the railroad individuals. We've had numerous conversations with them. We're familiar with, we've actually, not only did we go out and investigate, but DEQ went out and investigated. They determined that there really wasn't anything hazardous. That all that information was also provided to the constituents. So, you know, we've done everything we really can, and including trying to advise them that if they need to proceed, they should take legal action.
Okay, so then the only part that I'm on today is honoring our ordinance, which is our laws, and the ordinance says that a report is to be given. So,
I have that on my desk.
Okay.
And I was not here. I apologize. I was out of town for the last council meeting, so I apologize. I didn't. If you need a copy of that, I'll make sure that you get a copy of it via email, which would require you to respond, tell me you did accept it.
the request is that it was to go to all of the council members. And
Well,
I
it'll
think-
be to everybody, including
Well-
your attorney, too.
Okay, well, then I'm assuming as a council member, I'll be covered then. One other question I have, Mr. Chairman, and I don't know if Mr. Puckett is still here. Is Mr. Puckett still in the audience?
No, I think he's left.
Well, to the administration, LRA funding, what's required? Is a hearing required to utilize LRA funding?
Administrator, Councilman Turner has been handling all LRA projects, so we'll take the question and pose it to the president, and then come back to you, sir.
And I appreciate that. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
You good? Thank you, Mr. Turner. We move to 7C, discussion of My Home, My Story flood insurance rate increase. Ms. Marinovich?
Yes, sir. Basically what this is some concoction. Senator Mary Landrieu came up, take a picture in front of your house, and we'll stop this Bigot Waters thing. And to be honest with you, I'm a little disappointed with the entire delegation, not to sit and disparage them, but all 7 members of Congress in our state, senators and representatives, Republican and Democrat, male and female, all voted for this Bigot Waters increase. I understand they were under the gun somewhat with the National Flood Insurance Plan having expired for 53 days, and also part of the Restore Act. But we all know the story of this Bigot Waters thing and the impending doom that we're facing with this. We had Maxine Waters come in, and she's going to take this thing back, supposedly, and all. I kind of feel like we're almost dealing with the mafia. They make a problem, and all of a sudden they're going to fix it for us at a slight fee. So at this time, I don't really want to participate in this, because I don't want to be a shill or a spokesperson for any congressional delegate, and at this time, I'm going to withdraw it.
Thank you, Mr. Marinovich. Mr.
Yes, I just have one question. I realize the congressional delegation voted for this, but I also know that this council pays over $100,000 for a lobbyist in Washington. Did he
Who would that
inform you?
be?
I would go back in the budget and pull him out. But Y'all do have a lobbyist in Washington?
No, sir.
You don't?
Larry Lionot is not our lobbyist?
We do not
Mr.
have
Lionot,
we do not have a lobbyist in Washington.
So Mr. Lionot is who?
He is not a lobbyist.
What is he?
I would imagine he's a liaison or something. What are you gonna call
Okay,
him? He's not a
let me
he's not a
rephrase the
lobbyist.
question. Let me rephrase the question. We're gonna get technical here. Did your liaison at any time contact you about the Bigot Waters Act or anybody here at the table?
No, sir, and I'm not gonna sit in and defend him for it, Mr.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I've been dismissed.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. All right, we're gonna revert back to, 7B. Mr. Turner had one final.
And I guess for the administration, the levee project on the East Bank, is that shut down or, because I had a gentleman ask me about it, has the work stopped? What's the status of it?
Mr. Rittner is here, he can answer that question.
Blair Rittner, Plaquemines Parish Government, Land Department. Mr. Turner, the project was shut down last Thursday, but Mr. Mullen, the legal counsel, met with the contractor and the bonding company this morning to work out an agreement. What happened, the subcontractor for the general contractor left the job. And now they're back in negotiations to get back, to put the job back on track.
So they're in negotiation with the subcontractor. Did anybody give Mr. Griffin the common courtesy of letting Mr. Griffin know as the representative of that area?
Let
Yes,
me,
sir.
let me answer that. Yeah, I was, and the job was not shut down. The contractor walked off the job. That's the bottom line. That happened that Friday, and I got a call that Saturday morning from Mr. Blair with what was going on. He and I talked again on Monday, and I met with the attorney on Wednesday, and we've been following up on this thing ever since to what's going on. So, yeah, has I been informed? I was informed from day one by Mr. Whitner what was going on, and I've had the opportunity to talk to some of the constituents in the district to give them an update as I get it from the administration. So, basically, yeah, we know what's happening.
Mr. Blair, who's the contractor?
IPS. And the subcontractor is the one that walked off.
And who's the sub?
UCI.
And negotiations going on right now, and so we don't know when it's going to start back up, or do we know?
Tuesday morning, we have a meeting scheduled.
What happens is that one of the requirements of all the contractors and subcontractors per our contracts is that they have to have bonding money in case this exact thing happens, and this has happened in the past. And what happens is then the bonding company has the authority to come in, and they have to choose actually who will replace them. And so that's what's been going on with the legal department. We've been negotiating with the bonding company for an immediate replacement to get this thing back up and running. So we're going to be in good shape. It's just a temporary delay. We're going to be fine.
My problem is, the levies on the East Bank, but that $18 million, all presidents of the Plaquemines Parish got to pay for that bond. Now, my point is, why the guy walked off the job? You don't went that far with it, tell the public what happened.
But I think we
I think you're talking about two different things. The bond that we're talking about, that's a bond that the contractors have to.
I ain't talking about that bond. I'm talking
sorry.
about the $18 million bond. The parish initiated. It's on the East Bank for the levies, but the entire people of the parish got to pay for that bond. My point is, you say the guy walked off the job. Why did he walk off the job?
To this point, Mr. Henry, I don't even know. I don't think the administration really know. It's obvious that the guy has some financial issues with himself. And number one, he underbid the job from the beginning. And
Bingo.
I think that was the issue.
And he
that,
was not
he did.
qualified.
And he was not qualified. I would agree on that.
And that's what happens a lot of times when you do a slow bid. It's unfortunate.
That's a lot of money that people got to pay back. It should be handled right, man. It's a lot of money.
Well, I don't know if it was handled right or wrong, but as you go back, when a bid come in, state regulation, whether he qualified or not. If you don't know if he qualified or not, you still have to accept the low bid. And the facts of the matter is that this guy, it's obvious he didn't know what he was doing 3 months after he started the job. But because of the regulations, I mean, it was nothing the parish can actually do unless the guy default on something. At this point, he defaulted. So I don't even see why we negotiating to try to bring this guy back. We should just move on and find another contractor who's well qualified to complete that levy.
I just hope it gets done.
Thank you. Mr. Edgecombe?
Mr. Blair, who is IPS?
Integrated Pro Services. I don't,
Local?
yes, sir. Their offices in Algiers, but a lot of the personnel is from Belchase. The sub is UCI. I believe they're out of Mississippi. Maybe Alabama, I can't recall.
And it was the sub who walked off, right?
Correct.
And you said it was integrated, what?
Pro Services, it's IPS is what's under contract. UCI is the company that walked off.
You know what UCI stands for?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And the only other thing I want to add, the project is not going to stop regardless if the contractor comes back or doesn't come back. It is bonded, and we can finish this project.
Mr. Lawrence?
Warren Lawrence, Myrtle Grove. Just have a comment on this since I've dealt so much with this type of contracts and everything. I can't, there was a terminology just used about unqualified. And the qualified low bidder is the general contractor. You don't qualify his subs. That bond is taken out on that general. And if that general wants to change his subs, that's his problem. I don't know if this contract has a demurrage or a penalty fee in it for being short of the time that contract was to be finished by. If it don't, shame on you. Because, I mean, if that contractor holds up for any days and it's not related to weather or some catastrophe, there's a penalty invoked. And, we talk about unqualified. I hope that the general contractor, the low bidder, was a qualified bidder.
He met all the qualifications according to the RFPs and RFQs. And what we did to make sure that this project did not slow down, we continued to work with them as we saw any issues being presented. As soon as they came up, we were addressing the issues ongoing. This was something that eventually just collapsed, but we always do have a backup, which is the bond money. So we're going to be okay. It's going to be all right.
Thank you. Now we will move to, before we call 7D, the next 7 will be discussion on zoning requests. And we'll read one individually, and we'll go over it. I'm going to ask the audience if you're here for support or you disapprove it. We're going to speak in turn. If you approve it, we're going to not going to cross-reference back and forth. Today is discussion. So we're going to read one individually, and we'll take it one at a time. So, Ms. Barber, will you read 7D?
ZMP-2013-8. A requested map change from Parks of Plaquemines from R1AB, Single Family Residential District, to R1B, Single Family Residential District, for the property located in the Villa section in Parks of Plaquemines, Belchase, Louisiana, to comply with the Plaquemines Parish Comprehensive Land Use Probability Growth Model requirements for the Belchase area.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Barber. Now, again, if anyone to speak on behalf of this, or favor of this zoning change, please come to the mic. All right. Is anyone who opposes this zoning change, please come to the mic. Okay. If none, we'll move to 7E.
ZMP-2013-6. A requested map change was filed by Daniel Trusclair from A2, Rural or Agricultural Zoning District, to M-H, Mobile Home Zoning District, for property located at 11199 Highway 23, Belchase, Louisiana.
And come to the microphone, Dan. Please Please state your name and your. where you-
Danny
where
Trosclair,
you live, your address.
115 Adam Drive,
Thank you.
Jesuit Bend. I'm applying for a zoning change or a map change from A2 to MH for the property at 11199 Highway 23. I'd like to pass out photos to the council.
Bring them across, Dan. Yeah. Go ahead, Dan, you can proceed while she's doing it.
The main reason for my request is to conform with the adjacent property owners, both north, south, across the highway, and in the general vicinity of this property that I own. This council, or this administration adopted a resolution back in 2009 to allow me to operate a temporary RV park. That request was a 3-year permit with the initial intention for that permit was to eventually rezone the property, which I'm currently doing. I've made attempts to rezone this property since I've purchased it with no luck, and so here I am. Before I purchased the property, I actually got the council approval for this matter. And I would not have purchased the property for a temporary permit. There was a need at the time. That was the general purpose. If you read the actual resolution that was adopted, there was a housing shortage due to the upcoming projects that were in place, and that need is much greater today than it was 4 or 5 years ago. If you look at today's agenda, 8 of the 9 permits that are being requested have similar requests, and applying for trailer renewals and additional trailers into their personal residences. Give you a quick history about the property. It was a swamp when I purchased it. I put this piece of property into commerce, made tens of thousands of dollars of improvements to the property, installed a private driveway, which benefits not only my property, but the adjacent MH zone property next door. Those people are very satisfied. I've spoken to all of the adjacent property owners that surround this property, and no one opposes me to keep or to continue to operate it successfully as I've done for the last 4.5 years. Some of the improvements that were, let me go back a step. Once the council approved the permit request, I had to comply with all of the parish process, which meant I had to put in electrical, had to put in a private sewer treatment plant. I have security lighting there, plumbing. It's fenced properly, and it's not an eyesore on the highway. This is the highest and best use for this property, as it sits between MH adjacent properties, as you can see in the photos. Property is also located inside the 100-year flood protection system that's currently under construction. And I think that it would be a benefit to the parish in case there's another storm that occurs and there is another need to assist with workers or residences that need places to stay. In the RV park, I house workers, residences, military folks, whoever I feel deemed to fit that area. I'm very cautious about who I lease to, and I make sure that they understand that they must comply with this administration's rules and regulations. Otherwise, they're asked to leave.
Danny, how many you presently have now?
16, I'm at 100% occupancy.
16
Yes, sir.
units?
16
slots,
slabs, yes, sir.
Okay, 16. Okay.
To my knowledge, I've had no complaints or issues. My councilman who's present has never called me with any issues that I know of. This is a huge demand that's going on and an absolute need for our parish. Some of the positives I'll give you is that it's keeping a lot of the traffic flow out of Bellchase. The economic impact is tremendous to our tax base. There's no more FEMA. This was never a FEMA park. There's no more BP oil spill. Our parish needs to move forward.
Danny. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. If you would, we had a brief conversation, you and I, this week. Directly to the south of you is?
Directly to the south of me is a mobile home park.
Directly to the north of you is?
It's a piece of vacant land that's fenced. It's zoned. I'm not sure what it's zoned, but it is being currently used. If you look at the two trailers in the photo, that's where
The levee work people, I think, is it.
Yeah, I believe the core.
Yeah.
And you said directly across the street, if we throw a bottle across the street, is located what?
There's a landfill right across the street.
Okay, and you mentioned a couple of things to me I found overall, and this is specific to you, but I'm seeing with a lot of trailer parks, I'd like to look at them a little further because we're just discussing all of them in point. And in all honesty, I'd love to see $400,000 and $600,000 homes in all of these spots. And, but that's not quite the case because I know myself, I mean, I'm doing okay for myself now, but at one time I did live in a trailer, and I'm not going to disparage anybody that does. So I understand we talked, and you said you had at least one girl, and that was a military girl that probably couldn't afford to buy even an $80,000 house.
That's correct.
Did you mention to me also that you had someone stay that couldn't even afford the rent, and you, a young lady with some children?
There's a resident inside of Bellchase, I believe. She is, I don't know what district she's in. She's right north of the police station. And I let her stay there rent-free for over 5 months. And didn't ask for a penny and don't plan to. So I'm flexible. If anyone here needed a helping hand, I'm the person to come to. I promise you that. I've been in the real estate business for over 28 years. I have a license to operate here, and I have a very clean record and respect the housing that everyone lives in. And as a realtor, I wouldn't ask to rezone this property if I thought that it was deter or compromise the adjacent property owners. February 27th, just a little over 2 weeks ago, this property went before the zoning board that was appointed by this council, and they approved the recommendation to pass the zoning request. Yes, sir.
Okay. Danny, I got a question. Hold on, Mr. Hinckley.
Danny, a couple of things. This goes back to January 28th of 2010. Okay, this is when we approved the temporary trailer park, RV park, whatever it might be. And it had to be it was in conjunction with the Corps of Engineers with the sector gate and the pump station project. Okay, and then this permit should automatically expire 30 days after completion of said project. now. That project's been completed for a little over a year now, I'm sure. I don't know exactly,
So,
but my question is this right here. This is supposed to be temporary housing for workers, but now I'm hearing you saying that it seems to be like there's permanent residences being set up in this.
No, they're not permanent. RVs aren't permanent.
Well, you had a,
RVs have wheels and they move
Right.
in and out, so
not
there's
all
no
of the-
permanent
in the
residences.
picture, that's not all RVs.
I'm not sure what picture you're looking at, but I
They're
have
all mobile
all
homes?
RVs.
Okay, that's the adjoining property? Okay.
Just,
But again, it just seems to me that, and I guess I'm gonna go through the same thing with everyone else that comes up here.
so in that same document, just to bring your attention, you're absolutely right. But it also requires the parish or whomever to notify me if that project,
And-
which still has not been done.
Okay, I've been here since 2007, and I can't recall, you had made a statement that you had tried to come before us before to try to get this?
No, not you,
rezoned?
but before the permit department to address exactly what I'm trying to do now, and haven't had any luck.
Okay, all right.
And one thing, Danny, it doesn't say the parish is supposed to notify you. It says 30 days after completion of the project date confirmed by the Corps of Engineers. It's nothing to do with notification, it's just when it's done, the Corps says it's done. It doesn't say anyone has to be notified. And I mean, the language is pretty specific, and we just wanted to hear your
So I never
response to
received a
that.
letter from the council or from the Corps saying that the project was done.
I know, but I don't see where it was required.
There is a stipulation in that contract that says that the parish, if you read through it, the language is there.
Okay. I'm just reading the ordinance as it's stated. I'll look through the contract.
The notice of revocation would occur if, for some reason, the council decided to revoke the ordinance prior to the expiration of the project. To my knowledge, a letter revoking the permit before the end of the project never went out because I don't know that that was what the council required. But once the project was expired, it was expired, and therefore no letter at that point would be needed to be sent to the trailer park owners.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Good? Danny, that's good?
I'm open for questions.
Okay. Any other questions from the table? Wait.
One question I had to the gentleman was, is he applying for an RV park or a trailer park? There's a distinct difference between an RV park and a trailer park. And I noticed in this, what we're seeing in the ordinance or whatever it's going to be, is it's a mobile home park. So, is that what he's asking for, is a mobile home application and not an RV?
Yeah, mobile home. Agriculture to mobile home.
I would question, since I was the chief plumbing inspector for Orleans, that when an RV park is required, it cannot have mobile homes, permanent mobile homes in an RV park. So there's a distinction, a very great distinction. Every RV park has to have a washer interior. Every RV park by state law is treated completely different than a mobile home park. So I just for clarification, if this is a mobile home, then that's fine. Those people are permanently there. The wheels are taken off. It happens to be a mobile home. You have to take the axle off. It becomes a resident. It's put on the rolls as a resident. So, I'm just questioning the part, not against the project, but that, what is it?
Just a point of clarification, the zoning ordinances only refer to a MH district. So the language we have to use is MH district. Within that MH district can be full-size trailer mobile homes, can be an RV park, etc. That process at which once the property, if the council so chooses, and they turn this property into an MH zone, whatever lawful purpose under MH zone, the applicant can apply to the permit department. And then once the permit department, the applicant's going to say, I want full-size trailers, I want an RV park, And then those rules and regulations will be followed through the permitting process. The procedures and process here today is simply to redesignate the property to an MH zone.
So, I'll make it a little shorter. I have to be MH to have an RV park.
But again, I would just add that, you know, the state regulation trumps the parish, and they set the minimum requirements for an RV park. And I'm just stating is when the permit department gets it, if he applies it to be as an RV park, he will not be able to put it in as he has it today. I can tell you that.
Whatever the minimum requirements are by the state, our permit department will follow. I know there's, you know, certain amount of parking space you have to have, certain amount of yard, square footage, certain amount of, you know, based on the property size. So yes, our permit department will go out and make a determination to whether or not the park as it currently stands meets those standards.
So, and those standards were done when this park was built from scratch 4.5 years ago. I met the parish requirements I passed all my inspections without any cost to the parish.
Okay. Mr. Attorney, you had a question? Okay. Any more questions from the table? Thank you, Mr. Truscott.
Thank you.
Now, anyone would speak in support of this zoning change? Anyone speak against it? Okay. We will move to 7F.
ZMP-2014-1. A requested map change was filed by Victor Cangelosi from I-1 Industrial Park Zoning District to MH Mobile Home Zoning District for property located at 151 Keating Drive, Belle-Chasse, Louisiana.
Okay, would anyone like to speak on behalf of this zone change? Come up to the mic, please. State your name and for the record, please.
My name's Edward Dosky. I'm an attorney. I represent Mr. Cangelosi. He's got me here because he's just basically not a real fan of public speaking. In a nutshell, he has applied for this zoning change because what he has there, this more or less like an RV park, is it's not inconsistent with the permitted uses and of the industrial. It's an industrial park right now. It's a I-1. It's a light industrial. There's nothing inconsistent with the way he's using it now that would impinge on the rights or the ability of any of his neighbors to use their properties, enjoy their property the way they're doing it now, the way they've always used their property. For example, some of the permitted uses are, in fact, dwellings for watchmen, hotel, motor lodge, and some of the conditional uses are dwellings that can be screened from industrial activity, townhouses, multiple family dwellings, apartment hotels, and that sort of thing. And Mr. Cangelosi has plans to improve it from its present state. He fully intends to have it screened in, so it is in fact screened away from all of his light industrial neighbors. It will be a aesthetically pleasing, decorative, at least minimum 7-foot tall screening. He's going to have some landscaping, and then, like I said, the location where it is, it's just, in a nutshell, it's just not bothering anybody. It's tucked away in a corner in a light industrial park. It's right along the Intercoastal Waterway, so you've got no neighbors on two sides of his property, and no neighbors at all, basically. You've got the bridge and the industrial parkway. And like I said, it's just not really inconsistent with the permitted and conditional uses.
How many trailers does he have on the property now?
10.
10?
Yes, sir.
And does he have enough space to put more?
He does, but according to the plans he's submitted, he doesn't look like he intends to add more. He just was going to rearrange them. I mean, there is space to add more, but I'm only counting.
And did he get a permit for temporary trailer park, or?
No.
No, he did not.
This came about sort of under exigent circumstances, post-Katrina, used for emergency housing for workers. That sort of ebbed and flowed, you know, the 1 or 2 trailers, some months, up to 10 other months. Then it ebbed, then it flowed again with the BP oil spill. There's another influx, but right now, some examples of the type of people who are housed there are veterans who are here for health care at the VA center who can't afford any other short-term housing. People in the movie industry have stayed there, and then little tourists have come there. And so it's really, it's a good thing for the parish, frankly, to have this located there for these types of people. And it's,
Thank you. Is there any, Mr. Hinckley?
Again, the intent, there's permanent residence there. I'm gonna tell you, I'm there today.
probably semi-president.
I'm there today, and there's
Right.
a travel trailer that's got a front porch built onto the front of it, okay? And I've had some issues with children playing in the streets. And again, like you said earlier, maybe the zoning will allow townhouses. There's one residence that's in that whole industrial park, and they were probably there. Their family is probably the ones that developed the park. But what you're saying is like hotels, some of the things that you're comparing it to, none of that exists in that park.
True. So I concede, I readily concede that, but, you know, problems with children, if he were to be denied, for example, if he were to be denied and put up a motel, there'd be kids.
Yeah.
You know, it's just
Well, again,
possibly.
we're not talking about,
your point's
we're not
well
talking
taken.
about a motel though.
Right,
We're
your
talking
point's
about
well
an RV
taken.
park. Okay, so-
Wait, Dr. Gooey, Dr. Gooey?
If you could clarify for me, there's a page in the permit that says active restrictions of Woodland Industrial Park, sets restrictions as servitudes and covenants. Item 1 says, "No lot shall be used except for industrial purposes or commercial purposes." What does that mean?
What does that mean? Well, I think the use that's being proposed would fall under the commercial uses. I mean, any other reading would make the other parts of the ordinance nonsensical.
Okay.
I mean, you couldn't have, in other words, it wouldn't be allowed to have motels and that sort of thing.
What about
It's gotta-
residences?
Well, yeah, it's not a permanent residential, but it would be
So
commercial.
it's yes or no?
What's-
Would what you have there fall under industrial purposes or commercial purposes? Yes
Commercial
or no?
purposes, yes.
Where people live would be commercial purposes.
It's renting it out, yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Marinovich?
Keith, Mr. Hinckley, I just had one question. I'm looking at adjacent property owners, and you, Ms. Sharon, are listed
I'm
here.
next door to it. I don't live there, no.
No, I know you don't live there, but I mean, I know where you live. I'm just,
Sometimes Sharon makes me go live
I was
there,
just,
you know.
maybe so that's your doghouse. I was just wondering how they got you listed as adjacent property owners. It doesn't look like it's close to your house.
No. I own the building next door to that.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Any more questions from the table?
And if you notice in the picture, there's, of my building, there's an RV or a travel trailer. No one lives there. It's just stored there.
Keith.
That'd be mine.
Thank you.
And
Oh,
I just,
go ahead.
well, you know, Mr. Cangelosi is more than willing to work with whatever's required of him. If it's,
Not really.
if he really doesn't, his intent is not to have any kind of permanent or semi-permanent residence there. Perhaps that's how it's worked out in practice, because people stay longer than originally anticipated. But if this requires of him having no porches allowed, nothing, even no semi-permanent structures, he'd be more than happy to oblige.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you brought up porches, because if you go look in Mr. Cangelosi's site, there are camper trailers that have permanent porches built, attached to them.
I think I can fairly speak on his behalf that if given the word, those would be gone in a day, if necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone would like to speak on behalf of this? Anyone opposed? Please come to the mic, state your name.
My name's Ronald L. Mills, and I own property right there in the park. And I, excuse me, I've been asked by a committee of my peers to come and talk about this, and I think that you all have been handed this petition
Yes, sir.
That we took in the park and everybody signed it. That's 16 owners there, which is probably 75% of the park. And so we definitely would like to see this zoning proposal denied. Now, if you look at, having trouble with that sliding, your Blackman Parish zoning book, and on where the I-1 is listed, on page 45, you can look all through that I-1 listing, and there's no mention of any mobile homes in there whatsoever. And then if you go on to I-2, there is no mention of any mobile homes in that section. But then if you go on to I-3, which is heavy industrial district, and you turn to page 65, I believe, and on 14B it says mobile homes and other commercial industrial uses. So in other words, what I'm saying is that's the first place that it mentions any mobile homes is in a heavily industrial area. But anyway, that they can be approved in a heavy industrial area at the will of the council. So I just wanted to point that out. And I made a presentation at the on the zoning for the zoning maybe 2 weeks ago, and which they turned it down on a vote of 10 to 1. I just noticed. Let's see. Well, anyway, that's about all I have to say. I mean, just to make it quick. I know that y'all are busy, and
So we
ask that you turn this down.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Nope, thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this behalf? Okay. All right, we will move to 7G.
ZMP-2014-3, a requested map change was filed by Hero Wall Company from A2 Rural or Agricultural Zoning District to M-H Mobile Home Zoning District for property located at 10973-5 Highway 23, Belle Chase, Louisiana.
Okay, anyone who would like to speak on behalf of this trailer park? I'm sorry, on behalf of this zone change? Lois, can you grab those from him and distribute it between us?
Corey Lot, 105 Riverbend Drive. I'm here to try to get it rezoned. It was a temporary park issued by the council, and it was temporary, and I've not tried to make it nothing but temporary. I received a letter stating that I had to rezone. That's why I'm here. They issued a permit for the pumping station. Pumping station work, I guess, is over. But it seems like there's more need now than it was before. That's pretty much it.
And how many you have, Mr. Lott?
We have 22.
22. And is there expansion in there, or that's your max?
No, that's max. Well, that's max.
Any questions from the table? That's Corey.
I tried to get that. I was unsuccessful in getting it. I heard the 911 system has been through a few different changes in the last 2 or 3 years, so I've not got that yet.
Immediate knowledge. Do you know of any?
I think 2, because someone did die in there. First trail on the right, fella died. And I believe there was either a loud noise next door someone called, or just that sort of thing.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else like to speak on the behalf of this zone change? Anyone like to speak against it?
Mike Festudo, 291 Bergeron Drive. This is the second time we've had to fight this battle for this same location. It's getting old. The parish master plan, page 11, mobile homes should be prohibited north of Myrtle Grove. I'm assuming that a master plan was called for, so it would be followed. If not, why do it?
It's not adopted yet.
Sir?
It's not adopted
You're
yet.
right, but it's
Okay.
been in limbo since last year.
Yes, sir.
You're right, but why bother doing it?
Okay. Go ahead, Brian.
I just want to mention to you that it wasn't really adopted. We just take it on as a reference material only, and it's a living document, basically, as it was explained. So it's not a bound set of rules or laws.
Understood.
It's just something for us to look at.
Right, thank you. Who's on the lease with Mr. Corey Lott? He refused to answer that at the zoning board meeting. That would be a curiosity. Yes?
If you did this much homework, why wouldn't you go to the person who owns the property and get that information? But he's the only one else.
Oh, and you just happen to comment on it because... Well, he led me to believe otherwise at the zoning board meeting. Because he said, I'm not going to tell you. Those of us on Bergeron received no notice that there was going to be a zoning board meeting. Yes, I know it was in the newspaper, but when something that big is going to come up for a vote, a recommendation, whatever, from the zoning board, we have to be notified. Some people were notified on Cedar Grove, but not on Bergeron Drive. It's almost like it was trying to be hidden.
Excuse me. A resident of your street was notified. I don't want to call him out. He's in the room, but Mr. Jeff DeMarco
Yeah, I
was
know, because he's on the
notified.
zoning board.
I notified him and asked him, as I did one other person on Cedar Grove Drive, if he would be good enough and kind enough to let the neighbors know.
Okay, I just said, yes, the newspaper, and I said someone on Cedar Grove was notified, but we didn't get a letter in the mail. I'm not saying anything against you, Mr. Burris. I would have thought that would have been the permit department
It
or
would be,
zoning board.
But there are laws in place, and Ms. Phyllis can answer to that. I'm faced with the same dilemma where I live, Mr. Vestudo, with the same thing that was on the agenda today that was deferred. I live a mere 165 feet from one of these things, and I did not get notified simply because you don't fall within the parameters of which the law is written. That's just a fact.
I'm raising a point is all. You can take it personal if you want, but that's not my intent. Okay, the park there was supposed to have been a temporary park. 2 years to be eliminated after the West Closure Complex was complete. That's been months. So that means that's operating illegally, just like I guess the other ones are that came before us. Just because someone has the means to do this, to make it a trailer park, doesn't mean they have the right to impose their will on the rest of us in society. I don't believe Mr. Hero lives right next to the trailer park, or in it, or near it. If this were approved, what could happen? He owns the property on both sides of the trailer park. He said at the zoning board meeting that he has no plans to do it, to submit those for mobile home properties. If this gets approved, it sets a precedent. The next day, he could go ahead and do it. So you could have one giant mobile home park. And what did the master plan recommend? No mobile homes north of Myrtle Grove. And I ask that you defer the vote. I know this is just for discussion, but I'm asking for you to defer the vote until the next time the council meets here in Belchase, not when it's across the river. That's of prime importance to us. And you were elected by the people to protect us. And that's what we're asking you to do, protect our interests. Thank you.
That's a fair request.
Okay. Anyone else to speak against this trailer park?
Hello. I'm Erin French. I live at 184 Cedar Grove Lane, and I want to thank you guys for hearing our concerns regarding this. I want to make it clear from Jump Street that we are against the proposal to make the temporary trailer parks in the Bell Chase area permanent. I have several reasons outlined, starting with the master plan that Mr. Vasudo, I realize that it's not been adopted and it's strictly for you guys for consultation purposes or for you guys to get some general information. But I guess my thought is, why go through the trouble of having the master plan paid for and developed if you know, you guys aren't going to take into account the recommendations set in the plan. But anyway, that being set aside, with the amount of trailers that is on the park that we're discussing now, there's 22. It's a huge number of residences in a small area. So it almost becomes a spot zoning issue, where there's all of these residences, and I realize that they're RVs. They are RVs. You can hitch up a truck and haul them to Jellystone and go on a picnic. But the point is that right now, as it stands, they have temporary plumbing. There's exposed white PVC everywhere. I mean, it looks like trash. And all of these people, this is another point that I would like to make. I have no disparaging remarks about anyone that lives in a trailer. We used to live in a trailer ourselves and have family that does, and I have nothing to say against those people. Those are residents. They're putting down roots. They're families. They're employees in this parish. They're constituents. These people are transient workers that come in a feast and famine type situation. They came in for BP. In the lower part of the parish, they had some problems with BP. They had all of these people that came in for the spill. They put them in a fenced-in area, and they told the residents, oh, they're supposed to stay in their fenced-in area. They're not going to aggravate you. Great. As soon as BP was finished, the cleanup, those people packed their bags and left. Well, this has just continued after the fact that the pumping station is finished. These transient workers are still here. They're not residents of this parish. They're not constituents, yet they drain the public services. If there's a fire, if there's an emergency, if there's police, if there's anything like that, they're using our public services, but they're not contributing to, they're not paying property taxes like I am. I live directly across the highway from this trailer park. I pay property taxes. I do not have kids in public school here. I pay my taxes happily because I love the protection I get in Plaquemines Parish. I love the fact that we have this, you know, awesome parish, and now all of a sudden we've got these transients in here that are non-contributors. They actually live in other places, reside in other places. And campers are different than families that are actually established living in a mobile home. But the problem is that in the zoning or the process, there's no distinction being made between campers and mobile homes. And these are clearly campers. Let's see. Oh, this is a big pet peeve of mine too. These transient workers are taking jobs from locals. I mean, my husband has a business. We have lots of roustabouts available to go do the work that was over at the pumping station. We sent maybe one welder here and there. We could have sent 20 roustabouts, but no, they were being used by whoever. I don't even know why we didn't get contracts to do that work, but the point is that it was transient workers, and there they are. Let's see. I guess the next thing is they were granted temporary status, and they're currently operating illegally, and that was established by legal counsel at the zoning meeting in February. Zoning unanimously poo-pooed this idea. They said no. It was a unanimous vote against it for the zoning change on this particular park. So, I want also, obviously, I know you guys know that, if you would please consider the fact that zoning didn't think it was a great idea. Let's see what else. Also, this is some information that I took from the U.S. Census government website about the negative impacts on children of transient workers and these RV-type transient trailer parks, that it is not secure housing for children. They have ongoing issues developing social skills. They have lasting effects. It's social isolation, a social disconnect, blah, blah, blah. All of this information came straight from the U.S. government census website, from the most current census. it says that transient workers may impact the increase, may. I have no idea what the crime stats are. I'm just saying that this was taken from the government's website. It says it may impact crime rates. I don't have the statistics from Plaquemines Parish, but other areas in which there are a large number of transient workers see an increase in car theft, shoplifting, and impaired driving. It's begging the question if transient workers are to blame. Then also, it produces a here today, gone tomorrow atmosphere in these trailer parks. It negatively impacts the communities they are in. They're takers. They take their paycheck out of the local economy and bring it back to where they really live, which is not in Plaquemines Parish, because if they lived here, they wouldn't be in a camper with wheels on it that they can, leave, go home, whatever, pack up and leave. But, it's unsightly. It's against the master plan, the recommendation of the master plan, and it was deemed that they're operating illegally at this point. So that's, some of my reasons, and I feel that they're valid, given that I actually researched the whole issue. I would also like to point out that between the trailer park, camper, RV, whatever it is, and this isn't some place where they're sitting around toasting marshmallows and making s'mores and singing songs at night. This is, whatever. These are just workers there. They're walking down 23 to the Exxon station. I mean, we see them. We see them when we're putting our trash out, when we're mowing our lawn, when we're turning down our street. They're walking up and down 23. I mean, who are these people? They're not our neighbors. They are living here today, gone tomorrow. So I just want you guys to consider the fact that it is also a detriment to our property values. And again, I'm not saying everybody should live in a giant $300,000 house. That's not what I'm saying at all. All I'm saying is that they're renting a space, and I'm sure that Mr. Lott is paying whatever his taxes are, but there's 22 families living there. They're not paying 22 families worth of taxes to this parish to continue to use our public services. So I guess that's another concern that I'll hope you guys consider when this comes up for the vote. And I would also urge you guys to please defer till it's back in this area where it affects us directly. This is directly affecting us, not necessarily the residents of Devon. So I would appreciate that consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to speak against the proposed?
Hello, Mary Olson, 212 Cedar Grove Lane. I live directly across from this RV park, and I'd like to reiterate in my letter that I wrote to the council this week that this RV park was passed temporarily without the neighborhood consent or knowledge, and we tolerated it, trusting that upon the expiration date of the law would be upheld and these parks would be closed. It was discussed during the zoning meeting 2 weeks ago that RV parks are operating illegally, and now we are going to reward these who are breaking the law by giving them permanent status. This is not right. This map change is being requested by individuals that do not live in our vicinity and will change our quality of life without any impact to their neighborhoods. They're affecting our neighborhoods, not theirs. They don't have to live next to this. In the master plan, I'll bring up another issue. They have a goals of future land use, and I quote, these are of utmost importance. It says to increase the equality of life, to maintain our unique natural settings to protect property values, promote land use compatibility, promote unique character of the parish's small communities and rural areas. This park does not coincide with these goals. There are also other mobile home parks in our district with existing pad sites for rent that are available for rent right now. These people can move into these parks. Why create another mobile home park when they have existing inventory available? I would like to mention that Mr. Trosclair, who's up here first, said he would not have bought his property if he was going to use it for a temporary park. Likewise, I would have not bought my property if I knew that an RV park would have been across the street, and I guarantee you I've put in way more improvements than he has in my own house. I also disapprove of, for the record, of him putting an RV park where he wants to. Something else, no one from the RV park attended the zoning meeting or this meeting to speak in favor of this issue. and it was overwhelmed with surrounding neighbors voicing opposition to this park. This speaks for the commitment and sense of community we have in our neighborhood and the total lack of involvement that these people have living in this RV park. I want to feel safe as my kids get off the bus and walk home from school, knowing that our neighbors will look out for them and not question or be afraid of who lives across the street. Will they be there tomorrow, and are they invested in our community like we are? Lastly, this map change from A2 to MH changes the landscape from the most open rural setting to the most crowded compact zoning there is. Are there not any other options we can consider that would better suit this area and would be more compatible with the surrounding area? I hope you'll vote against this map change and all others in our area and consider how this will impact we who live there. Thank you.
Questions? Anyone else who'd like to speak? Yes.
My name is Jim Olson, 212 Cedar Grove Lane, and I'll try not to be redundant. I know a lot of these points have been covered. But first of all, I want to thank all of you for your historic sensitivity to us in the Cedar Grove area. Things have come up before the council, and you've always listened to us, you've always heard us, and you've protected our interests because the people that in this area have expressed themselves, and they turned out in very large numbers at the zoning meeting. It's a little bit harder to get here during the day, during working hours, but there were a lot of people. If you look at the sign-up sheet at the zoning meeting for people who wanted to speak, I think there were 2 in favor. Those were the 2 that were involved directly in the enterprise itself, understandably were there to defend their interests, but there was a very long list of people who came there to speak against it. Not all of them did, but I was one of them, and I attached a letter to the record, which I won't go into and go over, but you've been there and listened to us in the past, and I hope that that will be the case again. Now, as we just try to, we're not asking for anything, we're just trying to keep what we already have intact. And our community is growing slowly and organically with kind of its own natural character and rhythm. That it started off with Cedar Lane and Clawson, and then came along Mike Festudo and that group 20 years ago to build Bergeron Lane, and they moved to larger houses, larger spaces, a half an acre to an acre and more. I think there's like maybe 16 houses on 15 acres, something like that. And then we come in and build up Cedar Grove Lane, which is where I live, and Anthony was referring to me, and I appreciate the notice that he gave me. He asked me politely to please let people know, because the way that came about was when the first that slab was poured, I was concerned when I looked out and saw a freshly laid slab, and there had been no notice of any kind. There had been no posting of a zoning meeting, nothing whatsoever, just a slab. So I immediately called Councilman Burris, and he was kind enough to come to my home and tell my wife and I what the circumstances were, that under the circumstances and the emergency arrangements, we needed to have that pumping station built, the gate, the levee, all of those things. That was important that be done, and this was a solution that you guys were kind of jammed into doing, which I fully understand, support, and respect, but it was temporary, that when they were done, 30 days later, the permit was going to expire. I don't know if it was that specific, but that was the clear intention. And so I immediately dropped the issue, never brought it up again, and felt content that that was going to be what took place. And as I understand it, that sentiment exists among other folks, including some members of the council, who kind of saw that as somewhat of a commitment. That we said we're going to make it temporary, it needs to be exactly that. So my hope is that is the way it all follows through. But getting back to the zoning meeting and all the people that were there against it, I think that was part of the reason they voted 11-0 against approving this map change. And it came up during the meeting. One of the zoning board members, and I'm not going to use his name because I didn't ask for permission to do so, but he asked a very pointed question of, doesn't this represent the ultimate of spot zoning? To which he got a reply from the zoning superintendent, and I don't have permission to use that name either, so I won't, but the simple answer was yes. There was no equivocation, no explanation offered. It was just a simple yes. And so I looked a little bit into spot zoning, and what it comes down to is I know it's kind of a squishy legal definition, but that, not adherence or in conflict with the plan, the community plan, which I understand is not binding, and we've already covered that ground, so I won't bother that again. But also that it disturbs the neighbors. I mean, the people in this area are very bothered by this, and they really don't want to have they don't want to have, going back to the evolution of the neighborhood. From our street with 6 homes on 9 acres, the most recent purchase was the Lanassa family, directly across the street from the mobile home park. They have 9 acres. They're planning on building 2, maybe 3 homes. So even less dense. So the evolution has taken us in the opposite direction, and now we're looking at going from the least dense to the most dense place you could have right there in one spot. And if I understand the definition of spot zoning, that certainly fits it, especially the fact that it's uncomfortable to the folks in the surrounding neighborhood. So final thing, I'll try to wrap this up, is that this morning I had an Egg McMuffin, which wouldn't normally be a very important thing to mention, but as I was leaving McDonald's, I overheard a conversation in a parking lot with a pig, a chicken, and a cow, and they were all marveling at the long-standing success of the Egg McMuffin as a breakfast item on there, and they were all talking about how valuable they were in that process, the egg, the cheese, and the Canadian bacon. But then the pig had to remind the chicken and the cow that though they make a contribution to the meal, he makes a commitment to it. So that's all we're asking. We don't want to keep people out of our neighborhood. We just want the ones that come in, the ones that do become our neighbors. We're not asking them to do anything that we haven't already done, those of us who live there. We've made the commitment to live there. We've dropped anchor. We have roots there. We're not going anywhere. People want to come in here, build something, own something, be our neighbors. We'd love to have them. We want them as our neighbors. We want them as our friends. And frankly, I'm kind of getting a little weary of people seeing an open piece of land in our neighborhood and trying to figure out how to jam a bunch of stuff into it. I'm all for making a profit, but I'm also all for being a good neighbor. And we're hoping that this community can continue to expand in the way that it historically has in a more rural type of a setting where this really, I don't think, would be appropriate. And again, thank you for your past support of us, and thank you for attention today. I deeply appreciate it.
Any questions?
No,
No, I'm sorry. I'm just, anyone else opposed this would like to speak?
My name is Rodney Schubert. I live at 210 Bergeron Drive. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, council. I wasn't sure if I was going to get here today, so I left work. My opinion is just my opinion. It is not the representation of the military. Like we were discussing, I'll try and wrap it up, make it quick as well. It's been lengthy. But basically, we're all concerned with the growth of the parish. We're all concerned in our local area. I oppose this particular trailer park because it is my long life investment. Some of our folks are here are retired. The rest of us hope we make it there. Okay? But I, too, fell on hard times before I joined the military. And I was laid off 4 times before I was 22 years old. Yes, we're there. We're trying to get and protect our retirement homes. And basically, in a nutshell, that's all we're doing is looking to protect our long-term investments. We appreciate your consideration in deferring this vote. And thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rod. Anyone else would like to speak? Yeah, no, we're not going to be rebuttal back and forth. Anyone else against? Okay, we'll move to 7H.
ZMP 2014-4, a requested map change by Stumps Supermarket, Inc. from C-2 General Commercial Zoning District to M-H Mobile Home Zoning District for property located at 113 Stump Lane, Venice, Louisiana.
Anyone would want to speak on behalf of this zoning change? Anyone?
afternoon, gentlemen, ladies. I'm Wayne Stump. I'm representing Stump Supermarket Incorporated. I have a coal. Basically, what we're trying to do is put in a nice RV park at the lower end of the parish to help people that come in for the sport fishing and transit people like, but we're in a different area, so I don't think we qualify with Bell Chase as far as the upscale homes or anything like that. We have mostly boat sheds in that area and things like that, and people in trailers. We're just trying to get something going there if possible to, and we want to put in a real nice trailer park too. It's not going to be any slum trailer park. We already had started doing some of this stuff, but we had to stop because we weren't sure about the zoning thing, which I had no idea we wasn't zoned for this. So basically, all we're doing is trying to get you all to change the zoning so we can come in compliance with it and put something up nice down there for that.
Mr. Stump, how many do you currently have?
I have 7 right now.
And what could you go up
Well,
to?
we're gonna try to go 14. We have enough land that if you'll do this, it probably could be a tremendous amount, but we don't wanna do anything like that till we know exactly what this thing's gonna bring. But we do intend to put in a nice trailer park with the cement slabs and put it first class if we can. So, basically, we just need you all to give us that opportunity. And, that's basically all I have. Thank you all.
Hold on,
Question.
Mr. Turner has a
What's the capacity?
Right now, we just have 7 spots.
Not what you, so just 7
He said he'd
spots.
probably do 14.
But what are you able to expand
Well, I
to?
can go to 14, where the part that we want to do right now, but I didn't want to do anything else until I got y'all approval.
No, but, so the max will be the 14?
14 on the first proposition, I guess, the first phase, if you want to call it that.
Right, but
If that
total
got,
everything, 'cause you
I could
mentioned-
probably put in as many as 30 or 40 if I want to. I mean, I got enough land there
And
to
that-
do
that's
it.
what I was asking about.
But
What
we have
is
no intention of that right now, no.
Today, but it could mushroom
It
possibly
could-
into
it
how
could.
many? So what's
It-
the capacity roughly?
Let me just say maybe 30, I don't know.
Okay, you good, Mr. Turner?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Stump.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on behalf of this zoning change? Anyone oppose it, would like to speak? Okay. We'll move to 7I.
ZMP-2014-5, a requested map change by Tillotson Family LLC from A-2 Rural and Agricultural Zoning District to M-H Mobile Home Zoning District for property located at 11334 Highway 23, Belle Chase, Louisiana.
Already somebody speaking, okay. Please
I'm
state
gonna
your
go ahead
name,
one
Suzette.
time. I'm Suzette Tillotson. I live at 855 Jason Drive, and I'm just here to request a zoning change for the back section of Captain Larry's where the trailers are at.
And how many, you have trailers now?
Yes.
How many?
12.
And you can, capacity you can go to?
12.
12 is your max?
Yes.
Okay. So you're just trying to change it from temporary to mobile home? Is it temporary now, or?
Yes.
Okay.
It's been there for, I mean, my dad had this property in the trailers. He's had that there many, many years. I'm not sure how many years he has, had the permit back when. But now we'd just like to get a change to MH if we could.
Mr. Turner?
Did he have it there pre-Katrina?
Yeah, he's been many, many years it's been there.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Another
Oh,
question.
sorry.
Is this the one that Mr. Trosclair was talking,
No.
making reference to as far as being north of or south of, anywhere in the proximity, completely different areas?
No. Danny was referring to the 2 adjacent properties next to
adjoining
his. This
his
is behind the
property.
store.
This is behind Captain Larry.
This is
But I
south.
thought Danny's was right there also. Danny's
No,
is
no.
over?
No, Danny's is across the highway and down. Yeah.
Yeah, almost across the street from the place.
Okay.
Ours is directly behind Captain Larry's
Behind-
property. Yeah, you can't really see it.
Yeah,
It's directly
okay.
behind the property. And we are there 12 hours a day, and when we're not there, we do have somebody who
You gotta go again.
stays there.
Anyone else? Anyone like to speak for this map change? Zoning change, I'm sorry. Or anyone against?
just wanted to bring it to the attention that this trailer park is in very close proximity to the one by our house. They're probably a mile apart. So they're seeking to have two mobile home parks about a mile apart approved. Just wanted to put that on the record.
Is it Ms. Olson?
Yes, Ms.
Okay.
Olson, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? We will move to 7J.
ZMP-2014-6, a requested map change by A.J. Burmaster from I-3 Heavy Industrial Zoning District to M-H Mobile Home Zoning District for property located at 230 Engineers Road, Belle Chase, Louisiana.
Someone would speak on behalf of this, Mr. Burmaster?
I'm here attempting to comply with requirements.
Just state your name for the record, okay?
A.J. Burmaster, 7033 Edgewater Drive, Mandeville. I'm here to attempt to comply with the parish's request, which I don't agree with, to change it from I-3 Heavy Industrial to M-H Mobile Home. It's not mobile homes, these are RV trailers that are in the trailer park now. I feel it shouldn't be changed, the zoning. We should leave it like the ordinance I had as a temporary trailer park to provide housing for people working on flood control, which has been since Katrina. The way this all started was a friend of mine from high school, his brother lost everything in Buras, and told me that his FEMA would give him a trailer if he had a place to put it. So I told him to put it on my acreage there. It wouldn't cost me anything or cost him anything. When the FEMA trailer installers were putting it in, they told me they were living in Hammond. It was 2 hours each way. Wanted to build a trailer park, so it made sense. I built the trailer park. They filled it up. Next came the truckers, the equipment operators, and since then there's been people working on flood control. The ordinance that I had was temporary, can be closed by the parish at any time. I've complied with every request from the zoning department, health control. As Mr. Metcalf, I comply with everything requested. To me, it's the highest and best use for this property is providing a place for the people to live that are working on flood control. I can do other things with it. It doesn't have to be this way, but I feel it's the best use for it.
How many units you have there, Mr. Burmaster?
I got the temporary permit in November of '05. It was originally supposed to be 28 trailers. Now it's zoned for 27. I put a washateria in. These trailers don't have washers and dryers, so I put a washateria in. And so really I can only put 26 in there because it took up enough space. I can't put 27 in there. And it's primarily been full most of the time. It goes up and down. People come and go. There are two people that have been here since Katrina. The guy that runs the trailer park for me, it's his wife and 4 children. He was a trucker originally, lost it because he was being cheated by the people dishing out the money. And the other guy had no place to go, so they've been here since Katrina. This was one of the most unique experiences in my life. I've met people I would have never met before. Some of the nicest people. And people are not trailer trash, is what's been intimated here a lot. Some of these people, they're fine people. It's a community. And with Sean, with his kids, he makes the decision of who comes in the trailer park, not me. If he doesn't like them, they don't come in. We've had one person was drunk one time. They called the sheriff's department. And there was one other guy had some tickets outstanding. They arrested him. So that's been the extent of what's happened there. So it's up to the council. To me, flood control is more important than zoning or what it was zoned for or what's being used for. You can have a temporary use. The council, with the ordinance that it has now, can shut it down at any time it wants. I don't want it to operate anything other than what it is now. When the projects die, it's going to die on its own, period. So it's up to you. Make your decision.
Thank you. Any question, Mr. Turner?
Just to respond to the comment that you made as far as meeting a lot of nice people. And I think the difference there is, with, in your situation from some of the other speakers, is that you get to visit, whereby they live there. And so that's their concern. But let me ask you this. What you currently have exists in an I-3 zoning?
Right.
Right? And so your property
where the campers are, my understanding, based on a conversation with you, if I recall correctly, you sold a portion of the property?
Right, I had 6 acres originally, and I've sold, I think it's about 4.
Okay.
To,
But that is now for an industrial use?
right, it's,
So let me ask you, so on one side you have your trailer park, and on the other side you have an industrial use, then what's on the opposite side?
well, the trailer park behind it is Packard, Pipeline Company.
Okay, so are they industrial or commercial? That's industrial?
Right next to it.
Do you
is-
have any residential anywhere around you?
There's 2 homes. My uncle still owns a home across the street, and there's 2 others, I think, still across the street from it that have been there when I was a kid. You know, I mean,
Do they have any residential communities there? Or is it just mainly industrial and
mainly
commercial?
industrial. The firehouse is next to it. On the other side is a guy that bought the property. He redoes old cars. It's a hobby for him. Caterpillar next to the firehouse. And then there's Gascade's gas station.
Okay, let me ask this, because you mentioned you don't see the need in changing the zoning at all, just continue the temporary use. Is there anything that prohibits us from issuing temporary permits? Do we have any ordinance? Is there anything that prohibits us from allowing him to operate in the fashion that he's currently operating?
Wait.
Not mobile homes, camper trailers. These are not mobile homes.
Does I-3 prohibit mobile homes, RVs, or anything else?
Yes, yes.
It does prohibit it?
And what it allows for is what's called a watchman. So some businesses do have maybe 1 or 2 persons who reside in an industrial zone, but that's to provide protection for whatever activity is going on there. It's not meant to, have an RV trailer park where you have 30 temporary trailers residing. And the primary issue is it's a safety hazard. I mean, people aren't meant to live in industrial areas, and that's why it's zoned as such. Now, the council has in the past, obviously, the 3 ordinances. Some of the gentlemen that have spoke said they had a temporary permit, and the council granted them a temporary trailer permit, and that's what they've been operating under. But it's the advice of the legal department that we not go that route. I mean, we're not telling the council what to do, but part of the reason we're in this predicament is because we've issued temporary trailer park permits, and then once the property owner, up to a certain extent, 4, 5, 6 years operates the property that way, there's an expectation that they can continue doing that. And that's kind of the dilemma and the problem we face. And the other issue is if you do sort of temporary permits and conditional uses, that's going to allow everyone else who wants that type of trailer park to come up and say, I don't want to rezone my property MH. I want you to give me a conditional use permit. And so I just want to prepare the council that if we go that route, you're going to have every applicant trying to circumvent the process that was adopted in the zoning ordinance book.
So to make sure I've got the answer on the question, there's really no prohibition as far as the temporary RV sites, but just a recommendation on the part of the legal department not to have them. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Correct. It's against the zoning classifications. There are the ordinance book. The ordinance book does allow for certain variances. Have to do a little more research exactly what variances are permitted, but yeah, the council can allow for. One example would be a radio tower. In an area that's not zoned for a radio tower, but if it doesn't affect a lot of people, it's out in the middle of the woods, and the council says it benefits the parish, okay, we're going to go ahead and allow the radio tower to go there. Those types of activity the legal department says, fine. If it doesn't affect anyone, it's out in the middle of nowhere, and it's against what the current zoning is for that, go ahead and adopt it. Nobody's harmed. When you're talking about a situation where you have multiple people living in a certain area, or you're talking about an industrial zone, the legal department would prefer that the council rezone that classification so that the process, you can have public comment here like you've had from some of the property owners and some of the other people who are in the industrial zone, so that they can have their day and comment as such.
Mr. Chairman, Ken Rathburn, may I weigh in a little bit on this? I think the direct answer to Mr. Turner is obviously the council does have the ability to do that, but to the extent the council would turn to the legalities and what's the best way to handle things, I would join the parish attorney's office in saying that's a bad way to make law by exception for all the reasons that were stated. And as the council knows, that's really where this problem arose from. These temporary post-Katrina emergence where there really was an emergent situation and a real need for this. The better approach would be if the council chooses to rezone. But again, Mr. Turner is correct in his assumption that the council has the authority to do so if it chooses to allow this type of temporary situation.
Well, and I guess what I'm going to go back to Mr. Trosclair's earlier comment in that, in tied in with yours, earlier today we approved, we renewed several trailer parks. And if this is a bad way to do business from a legal standpoint, then we should be giving that counsel not to approve them anywhere if this is a bad way to do business, unless it's just a bad way to do business in Belchase. Because all of these were, on the southern end. And so...
That's apples and oranges, but that's property that's already zoned.
Those are MH zone properties, though, I believe, Mr. Turner.
The ones that we approved today were already zoned MH. It was just a renewal that's required every year for the...
Very good, very good. Thanks for that clarification, that they already have the zoning. But back to, so then again, my question is, one, there's no prohibition that stops us, or there's no prohibition from us issuing a temporary permit. And according to Mr. Rennie, that depending on the location of the I-3 or the industrial zone, the I zoning, if it doesn't affect any residents, or if it's out in the middle of nowhere, well, I can see us doing that, if I understood him correctly. So location makes a difference, and that's why I posed the question earlier, are there any residents around you? Is it a residential area? Because I deem that to be completely different from the other areas or the parks that are in residential areas. And I just wanted to see, again, make that distinction.
From my position, if I felt there was going to be a harm to anyone, I wouldn't have it, period. The parish authorized an oil refinery next to Ironton, which the residents live there. I mean, it's the same industrial zoning as my property. There's nothing there that would harm anyone. My family, what's left of it, and my wife's entire family lives across the tract from this property. That was our original homestead.
Mr. Burmaster, it was presented in such a way that the industrial site, you don't want to have people living on a site where they might be injured, that it would cause injury to them. But when I listen to the type of industry, we're talking a truck stop, pipe yard, store, things of that nature.
Junkyard.
Okay. All right, I'm good.
And basically boils down to Conte's there, the superintendent. They have a 2-year contract. They're working on the flood wall for the ferry somewhere. He's been there like 4 years already. This has been people working on level control. So it's up to you. It doesn't matter to me. It's up to you or whatever. But it's providing home housing for people working on flood control. To me, flood control is more important than zoning, period. Yep, no other
Any more
question.
questions? Thank you, Mr. Fairman. Anyone like to speak for this map change? Anyone like to speak against?
Hi, I'm Erin French again, 184 Cedar Grove Lane. I have one point to make. 2 years ago, my husband and I did the Plaquemines Parish Citizens Police thing, and during our ride-along, we had to go on a ride-along 2 nights with, anyway, we had to go on a ride-along, and the only thing that happened in Belchase, because it's awesome here, is that one kid got a really high fever, like 104, and her mom dialed 911, so we went to that response. And the other response was a really serious domestic abuse dispute in the same trailer park. And I didn't call anybody trailer trash. I never said that. I'm just saying that he said that. But it was a giant domestic dispute that involved in 2 people getting arrested. And the whole time that we did this police ride-along, nothing happened. Nothing. Not a traffic stop, a child with 104 temperature, and a serious domestic dispute that was very violent in the aforementioned trailer park. I know it because I was there. It's not hearsay. I was there. I saw it. Ambulances, the whole shooting match. So just wanted to put that on the record. And I also wanted to be sure that everybody is on board with the fact that at the zoning board, council deemed that they're operating as we speak illegally. So just want everybody to be clear on that.
I would just like to point out also, that I believe the last murder-suicide, which was
It wasn't a murder-suicide, sir.
What I'm talking about, the last murder-suicide we had, I believe it was in Springwood Estates.
Well, it wasn't a murder-suicide. It was something that I personally experienced, and I just wanted to point that out.
Okay,
So.
thank you. Anyone else? All right, we will move to 7K.
CMP-2014-7, a requested map change by South Plaquemines Properties LLC from A-2 Rural or Agricultural Zoning District to M-H Mobile Home Zoning District for property located at 14573 Highway 23, Belchase, Louisiana.
Would anyone like to speak on behalf of this?
Yeah, I bought this property.
Darren, just state your name and.
Oh, I'm sorry, Darren Barrios, 738 Dr. Golden Drive, Belchase. The property in question I bought back in 2003, I believe it was. Had it subdivided after I bought it. The intention was I put 5 lots there. The intention was to have a small residential neighborhood, single dwelling homes. Never really got around to that before Katrina came. And when Katrina did come through, there was because the property had already been cleaned off, it was really ready to, and I'd already put the facilities in, new roadway, street lighting, brought the power, plumbing, water, everything into it. Katrina comes through, and it turned out to be a prime site for cleanup crews and those coming in from outside to help the parish get back on its feet. And I really was ultimatum given to me. I could do 2 things. I could let the federal government just take it from me and set up camp on it, or I could work my way into a contract, which I did with the, I forget the name of the company, but we did work out a contract, and I was able to secure a lease on it. Fast forward, that kind of played out. It did stay in operation, but at the same time, we had a kind of hit and miss on migratory workers coming in to work on the plant, refinery, levee projects coming up, and for the most part, far and few between, would have some recreational fishermen come in and stay on property, but most, and all the way through today, it's all people that's working on levee projects and for the plant. The plant really needs a place to put these. A lot of skilled laborers that come in, but that we don't really have in the Metro New Orleans area to provide these services. That they come in. There's a reason for these transients to come in. It's because they have something. They bring something to the table. So it just kind of stayed in operation. Not be that was, and I guess to a certain degree, I was flying on the radar because it was in operation, all the utilities were put in, to code, all inspected. This is not my first time I had it, just kind of, I guess coincidentally, I had a couple of trailer parks before. One back in the first one was across from Miss Janice Acosta's house. And I started out and did it right, zone change, put utilities in, concrete slabs, and since all this happened, I think Mr. Janice maybe can attest to it, and I try to run a tight ship, always have. And the intent on this one, I told Anthony some time ago, Councilman District 4, I think. The intention was I'd like to, the land was tied up, so I ended up moving somewhere else. I was going to have a lot on one of those files was going to be mine on the river back there. But Katrina did come through. I got blown away out of Buras and had to find another place to live. So we ended up in Hammond immediately after, and it's been migrating back. And finally we're back in Belchase now, and water park here, right down the street, that we ended up building on. But since that one was already in operation, the need was there. The plans requested some additional sites in there, which I'd like to have. I'd like to rezone the whole property. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with the KO style campgrounds. That's what I'd like to build there. I'd like to do a first class concrete slab, roadways, no full size trailers, mobile homes, but a full-fledged RV park campground with the certain amenities that the property would provide, but can handle with the size of the lots. I was given the first right of refusal when I bought that property from an adjoining landowner to the north of it, for the Jordan estate. That was all, I think, subdivided over the course of succession, but, and she did, in fact, call me when she decided to sell the property. I wanted to buy it immediately when I bought that property to give me more acres. I got 12 acres there. Some of it was not usable. It goes in the river battery all the way to the center line of the highway. And she did call me that land is now available, and I would like to take advantage of taking it. I would like to have a little more property to make the kind of facility I want to do. Everything I've ever done in this parish, like I live breathing, my brothers tell me that I'm the last one in Plaquemine Parish, and they said, man, you just gonna turn the lights out there. Well, I do intend on doing that. I do intend on everything I see that I'm involved with and have a say on will be first class. And I just kind of, I had another project coming up, which I'm in the middle of, and I'm at the end of it right now on another venture that I own, DB Services, and we're about to move in there. To which, that end, I could, in my mind, focus my attention to this project I'm telling you about. We have a few sites in there now. I'd like to start at the back of the property and come forward and transfer those, the ones that's there have been there for some time, working the levees, plants, move them to the back and bring the whole property up to, a really nice facility. It's clean and kept up right now. I operate at no cost to the parish whatsoever. No refuse, no garbage, water, light, my own street lighting, everything's paid by me. At zero, taxes paid on it, pay sales taxes on it. The intent, and I'd like to see this through. Now, this was going to come to a head at some point. It was told to me by our president. I think my councilman had told me at some time that it's going to come to a head. We knew it would. And here it is. And everything's kind of lumped here together, it seems like, and for good reason. Something needs to be done. We need to get to the right zoning classification. I agree with that. And if I'm doing something wrong, I'd like to know about it, and I'd like to address it. I'll be given a chance to address it. There's two operating trailer parks directly across the street, 600 feet, I believe, to the corner of mine to another one. And there's two of them next door to each other. I have no real neighbors, immediate neighbors. I think there's a large tract, and my immediate neighbor to the left is probably about 300 feet from the property line. She raises horses, and we've been great neighbors. We're good friends. I have a tremendous amount of respect for her. I like her a lot. And I think, me personally, she probably does too. She's said so on a couple of different occasions. But, I don't want to have riffraff in there. We have a very stringent rule is I have somebody that's on that property every day, runs through it. No garbage is left outside the house. They either bring it to the property line to get 3 chance. On the third try, I'll drag them to the road myself. Done it before. The biggest riffraff I had in there was my own son. And I hate to even say that, but it's true. He caused problems, had blue light flashing in there, I was called, and that was the last day he stepped foot on that property. Last time he was allowed to, I threw him out. I would do it to anybody else, and they know that. So we don't have a lot of problems. There's some things that were said that I'm not aware of, not privy to, the sheriff's office records that I've got. It was, I called on them, you know, there was some pedophiles that was supposedly in the parks. I looked up mine up, I can't find a record of them. And I wouldn't condone it. You know, there's only so much research I can do to find out what somebody's made of. I don't know. You know, but given the point, if I did, it wouldn't be allowed. You know, there's restrictions in there that I'm not going to tolerate. You know, I've never had a problem on my Bierce properties, and I don't think I've had any major problems here that I know of. But then, again, I'd like to know about them. I'd like to be able to address them. But that's the intent. You know, there's some smells and obnoxious odors that come from different directions from where that property is at. It's in the middle of nowhere. You know, if you Google map that particular property, you know, you're probably 5 miles out before you get to a residential area. Maybe not that far, a mile, say. Not immediate neighbors, I don't think I would bother. The property would be fenced off. It would be done in a first-class situation. You know, we need something down here. The plant needs a place to house these people. You know, these projects are going to go on and on, probably to the end of time. As long as we're sitting out of the peninsula, sticking out the Gulf of Mexico, we're going to have to fight it. If we're going to continue to stay here and inhabit it. You know, and I think I do intend to bring something to the table, even more so than what it is now. It's not a bad place. You know, I got limestone, I'd rather have concrete. There's a reason I didn't go in and just jump 2 feet in without having the zoning change and start working on what I'm talking about, because it's a tremendous investment. You know, you're talking about $15,000 to $25,000 a site to develop, to do it right, the way I want to do it. So therefore, I was waiting for this day to come when it did come to a head, and here we are. And I'd like to, you guys give me a consideration to do just that.
Darren, how many spots you have now?
Right now, we have 40 in there,
40.
and that probably,
They're all filled?
they are. We got a waiting list. I do have 2 more of these in operation right now. The rollover is going all the way to Bierce. They don't want to be that far away. They don't have any options. We have a late waiting list on the ones that do want to be that close, and they're not coming in.
And if you got this other piece of property, how much more could you do?
Oh, I could do, you know, and the reason I haven't went to a KOA, and I did approach them on more than one occasion, and let me just back up a little bit. The KOA style, I would love to do a KOA. I'd like to have a franchise. Well, that franchise consumes a large territory. This Blackman's Parish as a whole is in that territory. It's owned by someone out in the River Edge. So I can't go that direction. But there's a Staves consulting firm that's all they do is go around the country developing campgrounds. I've been in touch with them several times, and we get closer and closer. They gave me a lot of concepts. Some of them look really nice. And I'll probably have just something preliminary for the council meeting when we come there. But since there's for discussion only, I figure we just hold off on that. But that's why I didn't already get into the franchise with KOA, because somebody else already got it. There's another outfit by the name of Good Sand. They're a franchise type outfit, also campgrounds, and they have, like any other franchise, you got bars that you got to be up to. They don't let you just sign on and throw anything together. We have trailer parks in the parish that's been here for a long time, and I know that's what a lot of people just don't want to see, and that's what I will not have, and I don't think anybody else would have. And I'd make, just say if I'd sell a property tomorrow, there would be contingencies in that. It's just not going to happen. Go back to A2, I think it's zoned right. No, I did rezone it. I'm sorry, it was A2 prior, and rezoned to residential. But the best use for that property, because it's in the vicinity of other trailer parks, there's some produce being grown and decorative flowers of that nature, but strictly it's heavily wooded across Highway 23 on the west side. North side is heavily wooded, and on the lower side is the horse pasture, and there's a house and a barn, and just beyond that, that's where you get into the nursery, the plant nursery. In an effort, I guess, to cut it any short, and I'll go into a lot more detail. I know how these things are written, built and run. I've gained a lot of experience since I built the first one, But the intent is to do it right. You know, I think at the end of the day, neighbors and Belchings alike is gonna be happy with what comes out of it. You know, so that being said,
We got a question.
sure.
Just to follow up on Mr. Lepine's, I'm not sure if I heard the answer. I understand you've got 40 now, but what's the potential capacity? What could it grow to?
Probably, that particular, the prop that I do have, that I own right now, and I guess the only one I can really speak for right now, and according to the parish zoning book, 3,500 square foot would be the minimum lot size. That being said, totally, about 50 tops could go in there. Currently, on the way it's, with that amount of square footage I have on the prop. Now, if you subtract the roadways, you know, those roadways being a 22 foot, with, I guess, design,
Yeah,
that's gonna take some of those sites away. That's gonna, so, you know, for this particular track, 50, least, you know, down to probably 36, 40. Probably that same 36 would just be stretched out a bit more. And the only reason they are the way they are right now, it wasn't my agreement. I really wanted them to do different, but that was the way, when the government came in, this is the way they wanted. They gave me the layout, so this is the way you're gonna do it. So that's where we put the amenities in, but you know, the shift would be just to widen them up and make them more presentable and give each of those people in those dwellings a little bit more space to be on. And not be bunched up, and I don't want to have it so concentrated in there to just, you know, it's not strictly all about the money. Sure, I'm for profit, you know, and I believe in, you know, making a dollar, but it's not all about the dollar. I want to do it right. You know, I just don't want to jam it up that much.
Any other questions for Mr. Darius? Okay.
Good? Thank you.
Anyone else to speak for? Okay, anybody to speak against? If you would, please state your name and address for the record.
Gay Jordan, 14621 Highway 23. I'm that little pasture in a little house that's next door, okay? There's been 5 generations of Jordans that lived there. I was hoping one day that my grandkids, my son, could have it, okay? The property values is going down. I couldn't even sell it if I wanted to, living next to this, okay? I don't understand. I feel like I'm on Saturday Night Live. It's illegal. They've been illegal for 7 years. I've been in front of all of y'all, what, about 2.5 years ago? Would y'all say it's been about 2.5 years ago? And Mr. Lott was supposed to find out, because we discussed about them having to take the electricity out of Darren's place, and you were supposed to look into it. But now I understand that your brother has the same thing. Is this not a conflict of interest? Is this not a conflict of interest?
No, ma'am.
I mean, for an illegal trailer park, which all of them have been illegal. If I go and speed and do 80 miles an hour going home and a cop stops me, I'll say, they told me, and come back in 8 years and give me my ticket, and I'll see if I have to pay it. Illegal is illegal. What is wrong with this parish? Also, I believe my councilman just said a little while ago to someone about the notice. I'm sorry, what do you call it, Phyllis? The certified receipt. I never received it, but Phyllis has a copy that I signed it. Now, how can and I'll be glad to take lie detectors, written analysis, I don't care. I never signed it. I went afterwards, where did Mr. Lott go? I mean, y'all left me off before, okay? But I mean, I have a set where I brought Billy Nungasser, and I have his signature with Benny Puckett and a secretary, witnesses, that I had asked for the permits, because this was what they had said, go to this, do this, okay? I did it legally. Is it not 5 days y'all supposed to get back with a written signature of requesting the permits? I mean, I have this. I tried dozens of times to call my councilman. I mean, and I have not received a call yet. I've never done anything to hurt you.
Ms. Jordan, let's don't misstate the facts. You may have called, and there may have been an opportunity where I did not call you back for some reason.
Dozens of times?
Ma'am, you and I have spoke about this on multiple
So I
occasions.
can't call you and ask any questions ever?
You have not called recently about that, have you?
I had called, how many times do you don't get a call back, okay?
Ma'am.
I thought you worked for the parish
Ma'am,
people,
I-
okay?
I'm
I'm
not-
one of the
I-
parish people.
You and I have spoke about this on multiple occasions, and,
I
won't-
was calling to ask you if this is what I had to do, okay?
If
I
what?
was calling you, and dozens of times I've called you.
Ms. Loyce?
Have I not called dozens of times? Not lately, because you're not doing anything.
Ma'am.
I can't even get you to call me back.
I'm not gonna argue.
Okay,
that
wait,
point.
I'm sorry,
this is not gonna be.
I'm not yelling at any of
Okay,
y'all,
Yes,
you
right.
do
We
know
just
that.
stick to the facts and just, I know you're against it. Let's talk about the trailer park.
But I mean, this is such a wonderful thing. This man's making money. This is my home. I'm scared at nighttime. They've had gunshots. My mayor, I have horses. My mayor's foaling, and here I have gunshots. The mayor's up in the air with the foal halfway out. A dog from next door came to two of my yards and attacked my dog. I hear the F word with the people over there. I can tell you it's adjective, noun, verb. I mean, this is the things I got to put up with. I don't know these people, like they said at the zoning committee. All I want is a happy home. I lived in there 40-something years. I spent that extra money going down the road, to live down there, to have a nice, quiet life. Now, I'm not even going to be able to sell to go to another life. Where are y'all protecting me? Would y'all want your mother, your grandmother, your daughters, your wife living in, but next to a trailer court? I mean, please take it in consideration if it was y'all wearing these shoes. Y'all wouldn't be upset. And even my future now. If I had to sell my property, what can I get? I mean, I'm just asking for y'all to be realistic to an individual. And I'm not trying, like I said, yell or scream, and I'm not trying to correct you. I'm just telling you how frustrated I am. I mean, I voted for you. It's just hard, to think that illegal is illegal and y'all let it go. I mean, when my grandson did something wrong, he had to go to jail. Illegal is illegal. And 7 years of illegal. And y'all were supposed to follow it up with Scott Lott. And if it wasn't conflict of interest, I don't know what conflict of interest is. I'm just asking to get my fair share, Scott.
As far as the turning the lights out, we were unable to do that with the permit
It's
department.
illegal. They didn't have a permit.
Through our
went to
permit
the permit.
department, we could
Where's the
not,
permits?
we could not go and disconnect people's power just because something's illegal.
Because they were illegal?
Legally, the Plaquemines Parish permit department cannot have energy just go pull somebody's meter because they're illegal or
Well, how come the electric company turns it off?
If you gave proper notice, they wouldn't have so many days to move out?
That's what I keep on hearing. They.
Okay.
Who in the
All right,
heck is
and
they?
this, again,
As the lady said, illegal is illegal.
okay, we're getting to the point of the,
But who are they? I
Oh.
went to the permit looking.
okay. Just a minute,
went.
just a second,
And all you hear is they.
just a second. Mr. Turner,
I'm sorry.
Well, I was just gonna,
make a comment.
I just wanted somebody to answer her question.
Thank
I
you
was
very
listening,
much.
and just to, I
You
think
were
she
very
asked,
helpful last time, and I do appreciate it.
Are you in favor or against? You're against, okay, we understand that.
course.
All right, let,
I've
let's,
been
let,
living in it
let's
for
stick
some
to that
years.
issue, okay, against. We hear your concerns, we understand your frustration, okay?
My fear, too.
And we understand your fear, and we will do our best, okay?
but I guess what, she asked a valid
I
question.
didn't, I was at the, what was
Would
the
you ask the
question?
question again, just so, and if our legal team can answer?
The legal team's the one
Well,
said
what's
they
the
illegal.
question?
What was the question, Ms. Jordan? Can you, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I've been here 2.5 years. I've been in front of all y'all.
Wait, I
Is
think
that the one?
what I caught, no, the question
Okay.
she was asking was whether or not, and I thinking Mr. Lott referred it to the legal department as to, she wanted to know if somebody was operating illegally, can their permit be pulled or energy or lights be disconnected or water?
Well, we have a question from the legal team. Can we get an answer?
Don't the permit officer have to make a request to energy to cut people lights off if they're illegal or whatever?
Mr. Chairman, they should be able to answer the
Wait,
question
I want
one
to,
way or the other.
hold on.
So ask the legal
I'm gonna ask the legal department to respond.
No, he's even talking.
We've addressed that issue, and I think you actually have to go to court to do it because of the hazards. You have small children there.
Well, how come the parish didn't do it?
Well,
They said they were.
and I've only been here for a year, as you know.
Yeah, you wasn't here.
And the issue with the trailer park was originally designed for the temporary purposes, for to help out with the FEMA, the hurricane rebuilding.
Correct.
And also to displace people. That was the intent and that was the purpose of this council to do that. What I've learned is that what eventually happened is, and I think it's a combination of a few things, because of ongoing FEMA work, ongoing projects, ongoing levee projects.
It's illegal.
No excuse. What happened was that it was never finally addressed. It got to the point where it came to the council and they revoked it, and that's what made it illegal, when the council actually addressed it and revoked it. My appreciation is what, at that point in time, the administration contacted these trailer park owners for the last, I think it was starting back in 2010. This was well before I got here. I'm just tracking for what I've seen. Calling to their attention, listen guys, y'all are not legal. Y'all need to, in an attempt to see if we can work it out in a democracy, give them the opportunity to go reapply, and so that we could have discussions like this, whether or not it affects the public, if it's good for the public, good for that particular area, or if it's bad for that area. And for whatever reason, I don't know. Again, I'm not making any excuses, but other things developed, other storms came, and I think it was put on the back burner. It's become a point now, and I'm glad that everybody's here and has the opportunity to talk about it. It's come to a point now, it's come to a head now, where the council wants to address this issue, the zoning board wants to address this issue, the administration wants to address this issue. And I've been given marching orders to move this thing, to get it here, to let them make the decision now or never. It's going to happen. We got to do it, whether we're going to approve them and then they get approved, or we're going to shut them down. And we have several people that we are in the process of actually suing to shut them down. So, and me and you have never met. I do not know you, but you can call me. My name's Leo Palazzo. You can call me on my cell phone.
Yeah, I know. I worked with Billy Nungas's campaign, and he had told me on the first campaign that this was going to be shut down.
Well, I know that, and
Billy told me that himself
and we
both
spoke.
times.
And we spoke with Mr. Nungesser today, and he's given us the green light to file the lawsuits. We're waiting on. This is a process. I know it's a long process. It's unfortunate, but it's a process that I think everybody here is taking very serious on both sides. And, uh, and this process is probably going to end, I believe, in the next 2 weeks when this comes up for a vote, one way or the other.
Mr. Turner,
And just one other thing, Mr. Barrios was operating under a temporary permit authorized by the council by ordinance. So
No one produced this permit, and I have with the paper. You're the
there-
legal counsel.
there's an actual ordinance. I can produce it for you, ma'am. You can come to the legal office.
Yes, but I had this, and it's dated. Let me give you the date. If you'd like to see it, I'd be more than glad to show it to you. 9/4 of 12.
Ma'am, I haven't seen the document you're looking
I'd
at.
be
I'm
glad
just
to show it
telling,
to you.
I'm just telling you that there was an ordinance in place, and that ordinance was only rescinded on December 12th, 2013, this past year. So, to the extent that that ordinance was in place and was valid, and there was a legal dispute about whether or not it was ongoing and legitimate, we would not be going to pull out, people's electricity.
Is that did you sent a request for those back 2 years ago?
Correctly.
Correct. All right, where did you send that?
I hand-delivered it to Billy Nungasser. I have his signature, Benny Puckett,
Okay.
and I have the secretary, and on it I have the permit office, because I could not get anybody to help me out. They could not produce a permit. Phyllis can tell you how many times I went to the permit office.
We'll get, if you still want it, we have one. So
I
we'll be
mean-
happy to provide that for you. But just to let you know, and we ask that you come or if it's in 2 weeks or in the next 2 weeks when it's here in Belchase, when they vote on it, wherever you would, prefer, I'd ask that you come and this thing's going to get resolved one way or the other.
Well, I kind of feel like I know how it's going to get resolved. And what about what's forgery? I mean, and nobody cares about that either. I kind of feel like you, Mr. Turner. I mean, somebody signed my name on this, a certified, and I thought this is federal, and nobody seems to care about it. I would not have known about the meeting until I fell upon somebody else that told me. I mean, I wouldn't have had any notification. I don't get the Gazette. I don't read. I have the Dish Network. I would never have known.
That does concern me, and I would like to learn more about that.
I'll be glad to give it. Phyllis has the original.
All right, Mr. Turner, comment.
A concern that I have is that what seems to be happening today is that if the administration was aware that something was out of order or illegal, then to punt the ball to the council is unacceptable. The administration is the executive branch. They're responsible for carrying out the duties and enforcing the laws, right? And so to have to wait for us to pass legislation when there's already violations going on, they don't need more legislation to act on a known violation. That's one thing. And so my point is, yes, everything is coming to a head, and so that means we're going to be making decisions on individual cases on what you've stated is already illegal. So we will either validate it or acknowledge.
Well, how many years was he making money illegally?
I'm with you. And I guess my point is, and my point is that the administration needs to act on it. That's the bottom line. It's going to come before us. Now, being that this lady made it known to us that her name was forged and it was turned into the office, someone needs to investigate that. A concern that I have about a lot of these processes is that when the community is violated, the burden is placed on the community to file suit. That was my issue earlier. Where you can file suit, but we're the government. That was dealing with the rail issue. If we know that there's a violation, then as a government, and if we have duties such as our health department or our permitting department, then it's incumbent upon the administration to act on it.
I think there's a difference between a personal and a political issue. With the railroad tires, that's personal, not political. We looked at it, we investigated, and we advised the constituents what their rights were. Totally different from this situation. this situation again, we've been addressing it as far as, this is priority. I'll be happy. I wish you would. You can call me, you can come see me, we'll give you that. I will give it to you, that permit. But I would also like to look at, what you're talking to me about with regards to that forgery issue, because I would personally take interest in finding out what that is.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're gonna wrap, are you against the trailer park, that's what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to expand upon what Ms. Jordan mentioned earlier about a violation.
We can barely hear you, Ms. Harkin.
Regarding a violation that the council is aware of and that you don't have the right to close them down. I had a mutual friend a friend of mine that was a mutual friend of, I think it was a family of the palm reader that lived on Belchase Highway. And I understood that these folks was in violation of some sort. And the parish not only shut them down, he ran them out of town, from what I was told. So I know for a fact that if someone is in violation, the council or the government has authority.
Okay, thank you.
Good point, Ms. Harkin.
All right.
'Cause it was
We're
done
gonna
with that
start
group,
wrapping this up.
and it
Is
needs
this
to
about
happen
the
with this.
trailer park?
Well, a comment about,
Well, it's about the trailer park,
yes.
okay?
Well,
Because,
one of the earlier ones,
no, we're talking about this trailer park here.
well, he said political issue. It's not a
No,
political
we're not
issue.
gonna, about this trailer park. Is it about this trailer park? If not, we're gonna.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask one question? Can I ask?
No, sir, it's about the trailer park.
About the deferral is what I'm asking.
No,
Will we know about that today?
we don't know, sir. I can't answer that, okay? Anyone else? I'm gonna wrap this up. All right, the public discussion is now over.
Mr. Chairman, I got a email a few minutes ago, and they said that Affordable Home Act,
The what?
the Affordable Home Act, Bill number 3370, was approved by the Senate and is now going to the President for his signature.
All right.
So we're in good shape.
Insurance?
Right, the Insurance Act.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. All right, we'll move to item 8, approval of the minutes of the February 27, 2014 meeting. I'll offer, ask for a second. Second by Mr. Burris. The machine is open on approval. And the approval minutes of 6-0, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. On a motion by Mr. Hinckley, second by Mr. Burris. The machine is on the adjournment. And we are adjourned 5-0 at 6:37.